ESPN Radio for Western Montana, KKVU HD3 Stevensville, and 102.9 FM on K275BS Missoula. Sports radio for Darby, Hamilton, Stevensville, Corvallis, Victor, and Missoula. Western Montana plays here. 102.9 ESPN Radio. Sports radio for Florence, Lolo, Frenchtown, Arley, St. Ignatius, and Missoula. Western Montana plays here. 102.9 ESPN Radio. The biggest events in sports are on. 102.9 ESPN Radio in Missoula. 102.9 ESPN Radio in Missoula, your exclusive home for the bowl season, the college football playoff, the NBA Finals, and the World Series. ESPN Radio for Western Montana, KKVU HD3 Stevensville, and 102.9 FM on K275BS Missoula. Sports in the state of Montana are covered by Coulter Nuanez, 4 to 6 every weekday on 102.9 ESPN Radio.
Hey, we've all been there. You're in the middle of something important, and then boom! Power goes out. But what if it didn't? What if you skipped the candles and flashlights and just carried on with your day? With a Kohler generator, your power stays on even when the utility power goes out. So your food stays fresh, your home stays powered, and you stay happy.
Get a reliable Kohler generator at Remote Power Systems.
Missoula Bone & Joint has been providing quality orthopedic care for over 60 years. We offer a one-stop option on Mullen Road, which includes an orthopedic urgent care walk-in clinic, a state-of-the-art outpatient surgery center, MRI, digital x-ray, and physical therapy services. Our experienced team of orthopedic surgeons have an excellent reputation for providing successful outcomes and compassionate care. Missoula Bone & Joint, quality care from people who care.
At Opportunity Bank, we've been around for 100 years. We've weathered some storms, seen some changes. And while that's no small feat, we don't measure success in time. We measure it by the success of the families, communities, and businesses we've served. To us, there's no better investment than the people of Montana. Learn more at opportunity100.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
With so much beauty in the world, eye health is key to a happy and productive life. I'm Dr. Ty Felton at Felton Eye Care. Our experienced team of professionals use advanced diagnostic technology to figure out your issues and get you seeing clearly again. We offer Optos retinal imaging, a highly advanced screening system that can assist with the early detection of disease and other issues without dilation in most cases. Felton Eye Care, conveniently located in the Northgate Shopping Center on North Reserve, next to Albertsons.
5210 Let's Move Missoula is a community initiative striving to help build healthy kids and residents of all ages, no matter where they live, work, play, or learn. 5210 even offers a monthly calendar of no-cost or low-cost family-friendly activities available to everyone across all of our community. To view the 5210 monthly activity calendar, go to 5210letsmovemissoula.org. This message is brought to you by 5210 Let's Move Missoula in partnership with United Way of Missoula County.
It's time for Missoula Paddlehead Baseball on 102.9 ESPN Missoula. We'll have live play-by-play coverage of all the Paddlehead baseball games this season. Now, your Paddlehead pregame show.
Well, we've been a little bit delayed, but we're just about ready for Paddleheads Baseball on ESPN Radio Missoula and GoPaddleheads.com. My name's Jeff Safford, glad to be with you on this Friday night as the Missoula Paddleheads get set to face off with the Great Falls Voyagers. Had a bit of a rain delay, and right now we got the national anthem. So we'll step away, come back, we'll get you ready for action here on bats 8th, with Adam Oviedo batting 9th. That's the batting order for Tommy Thompson tonight. The first pitch fouled off, and we're underway here in Missoula. Defense for the Paddleheads looks like this. We'll start on the infield with Cam Thompson at third base. Kevin Watley, the shortstop, occupying the left side as the 0-1 misses down and away to even up the count at a ball and a strike. Right side sees Brandon Boning at second base with his college teammate right next to him, Jason Newman at first. Henderson Perez doing the catching for the left-hander out of Oregon, Austin Croson. The 1-1 pitch is bounced foul at the plate to make it a ball and 2 strikes. Pretty good outing for Croson Great Falls last weekend. 4 1/3, 6 Ks, just 1 run allowed for the left-hander. He'll look to keep his team in it and stay out of those big rallies. Jake Malik, Andy Atwood, and Michael Deeb. Malik, a couple of hits last night, including a homer. 4 multi-hit games for the Voyagers last night as the 1-2 is bounced to the right side, coming in and waiting for a good hop as Boning throws on to first in time. That's how the top half of the first gets started. 4-3 putout records out number 1. So we gave you the infield for the Paddleheads. Let's look at who's out in the outfield. Go from right to left. Keaton Greenwald in right field with Lamar Sparks in center field, and a newly signed player is out in left field. And this, for me, fired me up big time. As Andy Atwood steps in, first pitch on the way is taken low. In left field, out of Cal State East Bay, Ray Jones in left field. I get so excited because he made his professional debut back in 2018, has been in professional baseball since. The 1-0 pitch with a club that I've mentioned before called the Napa Silverados in 2018. And just so happens that yours truly was the play-by-play guy for the Silverados in 2018. Ray Jones was the everyday right fielder for the Rados. 1-1 pitch to Andy Atwood is taken for a strike on the outside corner. 1-2 now. So it's kind of a reunion of sorts for me and Ray Jones. When I saw his name pop up on the transaction report this morning, I was like, you got to be kidding me. Is it the same Ray Jones? I mean, I know Ray Jones is a pretty common name, so to speak. What a small world. 1-2 pitch on the way is bounced foul at the plate. As Jones had spent the last 3 seasons playing in the American Association after playing the 1 season in Napa in 2018, was with the Geary Railcats in 2019, COVID year in 2020, and then 2021 last year. Career average as a professional near 270 for Ray Jones. The 1-2 pitch is a ground ball foul off to the left. But I think folks here in Missoula will like watching Ray Jones play. He's a very patient hitter at the plate. He's kind of a quiet guy, but works hard. He's a grinder. I think fits in well with the culture that Michael Schlack promotes here in Missoula. So welcome to Zootown, Ray Jones. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss at a breaking ball on the outside part of the plate. The corresponding move with the signing of Ray Jones was Brandon Riley being moved to the inactive list. And talking with trainer Luke McCarthy about it, it was more of a precautionary measure to put Brandon Riley on the IL. Early parts of the season, he's feeling sore in a couple of spots, and they don't want to try to push it too much. And they've taken a pretty cautious approach with a couple of guys with the inactive list as Michael Deeb steps in, and he swings and misses at a pitch on the inside. Michael Deeb is one of a few guys that have not been swinging the bat for Great Falls. Touched on guys like Jepson, Andy Atwood swinging hot bats. Michael Deeb just 7 for 31 at the plate, 226 average. The 0-1 pitch, fastball right at the knees for strike 2. 0-2 the count, 2 outs, bases empty, top 1. Again, we're about an hour late getting started due to the thunderstorm that rolled through here. But what a great job by the grounds crew, keeping this field ready to go. They had the tarp on before the thunderstorm rolled in. The 0-2 pitch is taken low and outside. So big shout out to Trey, the grounds crew chief. Had the tarp out there. Even saw some members of the front office helping on tarp duty. Saw Hallie Nurse, one of the front office workers for the Paddleheads. Long Matty Z was out there. 1-2 pitch is a soft liner over Boning's head and into right center field. Michael Deeb got that one off the end of the bat, but was able to muscle it into right center, and it will not be a quiet 1-2-3 inning. And if you're the Voyagers, touched on the success last night with 2 outs, seeing all those runs come in the 7th after that second out was recorded, maybe they're just thinking, hey, now there's 2 outs, now it's time to try to kick the offense into gear. That keeps this inning alive for Tyler Crabby, who will step in. Relatively quiet start as well for Crabby at the plate. 7 for 28 so far, 250 average. First pitch to Crabby is a breaking ball for strike 1. In this series so far against the Paddleheads, this being his 3rd game, 2 for 8 at the plate. 1 for 4 both nights. Michael Deeb at first with average speed, 2 outs, 0-1 the count to Crabby. The pitch on the way is cut on and missed. Chased a pitch off the plate away, was looking for a fastball. Croson gave him the breaking ball. Second start of the year out of Western Oregon University, also formerly of the Phillies organization. 0-2, 2 away, 1 hit in this inning. Deeb, a small lead at first, bluffs towards second, doesn't go. The 0-2 is low, blocked by Henderson Perez. Seen a lot of Paddlehead players out there rocking the Pride's-themed stuff. I see Henderson Perez wearing a rainbow sleeve under both of his jerseys. I'm rocking the socks that were given away to the first 750 fans in attendance for tonight's game. They're pretty cool-looking Pride-themed socks. They got the Paddlehead Moose logo up on the side. I was thinking about it today. It was the first Pride-themed article of clothing I've ever put on. As there's a slow roller to the left of the mound. Fielding it is Croson over near third. He throws to first, and they got him. Fleet of foot, nimble, whatever you want to say. Croson goes all the way over to the third base side and throws out Crabby to get the final out of the inning. What a nice play that was. We're headed to the bottom of the first. In a scoreless ball game, Paddleheads will look to get going offensively early after this.
There is a reason customers go back again and again to DeMorris Buick GMC Mercedes, Missoula's most trusted dealership and proud sponsor of Missoula PaddleHeads baseball. DeMorris high-end service shop is unmatched in diagnostics, diesel maintenance, and repair, serving generations of satisfied customers. DeMorris Buick GMC Mercedes is your area Sprinter van headquarters for the Montana outdoor lifestyle. Check out demorris.com for new and pre-owned inventory or stop by 3115 West Broadway.
At Western Cider, it's all about great cider, good times, and community. As the official cider of the Paddleheads, Western Cider wants to get you to the game. Stop by Western Cider on a home game day, and you could win a free pair of tickets. Bring your Paddleheads enthusiasm to Western Cider on game day. Order a cider and be the first one to tell the bartender, "Go Paddleheads!" And a pair of tickets to that day's game are all yours. Western Cider, 501 North California Street. Open 4 to 8 Monday through Thursday and noon to 8 Friday through Saturday.
The pageantry, the tradition, the competition, the communal aspect. It's what we love about sports. But there's also a stark reality. Sports and money go hand in hand. At Nuanez Now, every other Tuesday, we are proud to present a business angle with Justin Angle, a segment about the overlay of business and sports.
I think as far as products ever created, NFL football is perhaps one of the best products ever created. On par with the iPhones. And its ability to kind of transcend every other competitor into category. The scarcity of games, the fact that they own Sundays, and then they own that place on the calendar. It's sacred. It's become the religion of sports fans and the religion of the country in many ways.
Tune in every other Tuesday during the 5 o'clock hour to Nuanez Now to hear Justin Engel, a University of Montana business professor, talk with me, Colter Nuanez, about all of the ins and outs of sports and business. A Business Angle is proudly presented by Blackfoot Communications.
ESPN Radio for Western Montana, KKVU HD3 Stevensville, and 102.9 FM on K275BS Missoula. Back to live local play-by-play on 102.9 ESPN Missoula.
Just about set for the bottom half of the first inning. Scoreless game, one hit in the top of the first for the Voyagers, but that was it. Batting order for manager Michael Schlack looks like this. Kevin Watley stepping into the box to lead things off. Lamar Sparks bats second. Cam Thompson bats third. Jason Newman cleaning things up as the first pitch on the way is outside for ball one. Nick Gatewood, the DH, bats fifth. Keaton Greenwald, sixth. The new guy, Ray Jones, in the seventh spot. Henderson Perez bats eighth, doing the catching. Brandon Boning bats ninth. So that's your batting order, all up against a right-hander, Pablo Arevalo, making his second start opposite the Paddleheads. He was fantastic in his last outing at Centene Stadium last weekend. The 2-0 pitch swung on and missed. Makes the count 2-1. And the one thing I would think you'll look for this Paddlehead offense to do is to be a little bit more patient. Only drew one walk in last night's game. Make these guys work. Make their pitchers work. The 2-1 is skied into very shallow left center field. Coming in and making the catch in left is the left fielder, Michael Deeb, putting that one away. Let's take a look at the rest of the defense. Mention Michael Deeb's name in left. Zane Zerbrug in center field with Jake Malik in right. That's your outfield from left to right. Infield sees Eddie McCabe at third, Adam Oviedo at shortstop, Andy Atwood at second, Jepson at first, as Lamar Sparks fouls one off to the left. Andy Atwood at second to reiterate. Riley Jepson at first, Tyler Crabby doing the catching for the right-hander, Arevalo. 0-1 the count to Lamar Sparks. No score, bottom one. 0-1 pitch is fouled back. Makes the count 0-2. Lamar Sparks, pretty good start, swinging the bat for Missoula. Overall, he's had hits in 6 of 8 games he's played in, .355 average, 11 for 31 at the plate, couple of doubles and 2 triples, a team best 10 RBIs as well. The 0-2 on its way, outside, blocked by Crabby, 1-2 now the count. Take a peek around the Pioneer League in just a bit. Cam Thompson waits in the on-deck circle. Sparks trying to get aboard here with 1 out. 1-2 is the count. Arevalo mentioned that great outing he had. 8 innings pitched. 1-2 pitch is outside again to even up the count. 8 innings, just 3 hits allowed. 1 run, it was an unearned run, and 4 Ks. Just did so well pitching to contact. Seemed like every other hitter was hit a ball on the ground. A lot of ground balls for Arevalo. The righty kicks and throws. The 2-2. Sparks fouls another pitch off. But again, I think that will be the key. Extend out some at-bats for Missoula. Make these pitchers work. Make their lives miserable. And wear them out. Get to the bullpen. 2-2 the count to Lamar Sparks. Target away from Crabby. The 2-2 on its way. This one outside. Fills up the count at 3-2. Good at bat here from Sparks. Got behind 0-2, but has fought off a couple of pitches and is now worked it full. See if they try to stay away or do something different. Looks like they're going to stay there. The payoff taken for strike 3 on the outside corner. Sparks didn't think so. He thought it was outside, but that is the second out of the inning. First strikeout for Arevalo. And both offenses so far starting things off pretty similarly. Great Falls, 2 quick outs in the top of the first. Same for the Paddleheads here in the home half. Again, Pride Night here at the Yard. Lots of fun to be had. I'd like to thank all the folks that came out supporting a great cause tonight. First pitch is outside for ball 1. And I think it's awesome to see all the what's going on around the Missoula community surrounding this Pride weekend. I mean, heck, wasn't here at the ballpark. I would want to maybe check some of the events out. They just sound like a lot of fun. 1-0 pitch is a ground ball foul on the first base side. Even count, a ball and 1 strike. In some of the events, heard there's a brunch on Sunday that heard rumors that the tickets for the brunch sold out in like 10 minutes. That's how popular it is. 2-0 the count with 2 outs. The 1-1 pitch is a ball hit down the left field line. That's a fair ball. It's going to roll all the way to the wall. Thompson will stride into second base. That is a double to keep this inning alive. So similar to the Voyagers, with 2 outs in the inning, the base is empty. Both teams record a hit. Paddleheads get an extra base hit to set it up for Jason Newman. Newman's starting to get hot. His last 2 games has 3 home runs, including a 2-home run game last night. If you're on social media, you should check out the video that's on the Paddleheads social media of Newman's second homer from last night. It really shows how impressive of a swing of the bat it was. He was kind of out on his front foot. It was a low pitch. First pitch to Newman here is a called strike. But he had so much bat strength, bat speed, that he kind of just flicked the wrist, even though he was kind of out in front a little bit, and was able to get it over the wall in left center. So no cheapie by any shape of the imagination. Just showed how much power Newman has. Really is impressive. The 0-1 from Aravalo is taken low to even up the count to Newman. Newman at team best now, 4 home runs, second on the team with 9 driven in. 10 for 36 overall in the season, a .278 average. Trying to come up big here with 2 outs with Thompson on at second. Just hit his team best 6th double of the season. That last at bat. 1-1 the count to Newman. Pitch on the way is fouled, straight back. Pitch on the inside. Newman looking at his bat, thinking, oof. The way he was looking at it, maybe thinking, I just missed one there. Nick Gatewood on deck. Has been scuffling the last couple of games. They're coming in with a very hot bat to start this series. 1-2 with 2 outs, no score. With a man on at second, though, in the bottom of the first, Missoula trying to jump on the board first. 1-2 to Newman. Aravalo pauses, kicks and throws. This one popped up. Center field now with some carry. Going to the right is Zerbrug. He's on the warning track. He reaches up, and he can't get it. Newman's going to try to rumble the third. Here comes the relay. It is not in time. Jason Newman, the big boy, with a triple. Stand-up style, and just like that, it's 1-0. That one off the bat looked like it was going to be a routine fly ball into center, but it just kept on carrying. It took Zerbrug all the way back to the wall, right by that Davis Brothers sign in right center field. Fitting that it went to the Davis Brothers sign because they are the sponsors of Pride Night this evening. But just like that, Missoula jumps on the board with 2 outs to take the lead here in the first inning. Here's Gatewood. Swing and a miss. Pitch on the outer half makes the count 0-1. So Newman stays hot. Almost took another one out of here in right center field. The 0-1 to Gatewood on its way. This one is low to even up the count. We've seen the Voyagers get on the board first in the early innings the last 2 nights. Missoula changing that script right away here in the bottom half of the first inning. Aravalo throws the 1-1. Gatewood fouls it at the plate. Mentioned Gatewood struggling a bit his last couple of games, 2 for 14. 2 for 17, rather. Seen his average drip down under 300, 289, 11 for 38. 3 doubles, 6 RBIs for Gatewood, as he will now look for more. 2-out Thunder. I would think, thinking about it from the Paddleheads' perspective, that it feels even better to break through with 2 outs, considering what happened last night with the Voyagers. All the success with 2 away. 6 runs in that 7th inning. They added another run later on with 2 outs as well in the 8th. 1-2 pitch from Arevalo. That one wraps around the plate and somewhere missed. Arevalo was leaning towards his dugout. He thought that was strike 3. Pitch in a similar spot to Lamar Sparks actually got the call. Strike 3 called. So I could see where Arevalo was thinking that would be strike 3. The 2-2 pitch is grounded slowly foul first base side. So Gatewood stays alive. Newman standing at third. A stand-up triple for Newman into right center field. I'm a big guy myself, standing around 6'4", so whenever I see a big guy run around the bases, kind of fires me up. Be like if I was out there trying to chug to third. 2-2 pitch on the way. There's a little flare into shallow left field. This one's going to be playable, though, for Oviedo. He's got it on the very shallow left field grass, and that ends the end of the inning. But not before Jason Newman puts the Paddleheads on top. Thanks to an RBI triple, score is now 1-0 Missoula.
New to Missoula, your home improvement company offers full-service remodeling of windows, doors, bathtubs, walk-in tubs, and showers. Customize your home with quality craftsmanship to create the home of your dreams. Before you start your project, visit the showroom, discover top-performing brands, and the newest innovations. Your home improvement company is open and hiring. Get the best pay and benefits you deserve by providing world-class products and outstanding service. Your home improvement company, now open and hiring in the Southgate Mall next to Shields.
The Kiwanis Club of Missoula is excited to share with our community that the annual Kiwanis Pancake Breakfast fundraiser is back. With safety in mind, they will host the Pancake Breakfast outside Saturday, June 11th at the Paddleheads Stadium from 8:30 to 12:30. In honor of their 101st anniversary as a Kiwanis Club serving Missoula, the community is invited to join in on the annual Pancake Breakfast, fun for free. It's the Kiwanis Club Pancake Breakfast, Saturday, June 11th at Ogren Park.
I'm probably okay to have one more drink before I drive home. I'm probably okay. I open the window to stay alert.
Probably okay. I just popped some gum in my mouth.
Step out of the car, please.
I probably made a mistake.
Probably okay isn't okay when it comes to drinking and driving. If you see a warning sign, stop and call a cab, a car, or a friend. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. A message brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
We now return to Paddlehead Play-by-Play on ESPN Radio.
A lot of fun to be had here at the ballpark tomorrow night. Again, check out Paddlehead's social media. Check out the video of the jersey reveal for the Paddleheads Star Wars theme jerseys that they'll be wearing tomorrow night for Star Wars night. There will also be plenty of fun to be had in between innings. All ballpark fans will be broken into the light side versus dark side, so there will be interactive games where fans will be rooting for light side or the dark side. Even players will be representing the light and dark side. So based on what they do during the game, light side or the dark side will be given points. Sounds like a lot of fun. Come on out. GoPaddleheads.com. As Riley Jepson steps in, first pitch is hit into left center field. Coming in on it is Sparks. He can't get there. As he backhands it in left center field, that is a leadoff hit for Jepson. And what else is new? Mention how smoking hot he is at the plate. He's been wearing out Missoula his last 3 games as well. 5 for 8 at the dish. 3 games. He was 3 for 5 last night with 3 RBIs. Had a 2-run double, part of that big rally in the 7th. And right out of bed is on base here in the 2nd. Here's Colin Rungey. First pitch to Rungey on the way is inside for ball one. Rungey actually making his first appearance here in Missoula. He's out there a few times for Tommy Thompson in Great Falls. 7 games played, 7 for 25 at the plate for Rungey. Pitch on the way, 1-0 is low for ball two. 2-ball, no strike count. I actually misspoke. Rungey has briefly appeared in this series in Missoula, but not at the plate. Was actually a defensive sub late in the game in game 2. First pitch on the way is a line drive up the middle, base hit for Rungey. So just like that, Great Falls looking to answer here in the top of the second. And that's something they've done a few times as well. Did it well last night in the first 5 innings. When Missoula would get a run on the board, it seemed like Great Falls was right there coming back with a run themselves. And now they've got an opportunity here in the top of the second. 2 men on, 2 singles with nobody out. Here is Eddie McCabe. Pretty good start, rookie campaign for the Rook out of Georgetown. 9 for 29 at the plate. Been out there just about every day for Tommy Thompson. First pitch to McCabe is knee-high, strike one. Good pitch from Croson to make it 0-1. Pretty quiet first inning. First 2 men to the plate recorded outs. Changing things up in this inning, Great Falls seeing the first 2 men reach here in the top of the second, trailing by 1. The 0-1 pitch is blocked by Perez on a pitch in the dirt. Even count now, a ball and 1 strike. Star Wars Night will be back 7:05 start tomorrow. And the series finale Sunday will be a matinee affair. Not see any day games here in this ballpark a season ago. So that will be a little different. Be here during the afternoon at 2:05. First pitch on Sunday. 1-1 to McCabe. Pitch on the way is low for ball 2. 2-ball and 1 strike count. Nobody out in the inning. 2 hits. Man at second is Jepson with Rungey at first. 2-1 the count to Eddie McCabe with Zerbrug on deck. Zane Zerbrug, 2-1 on the way, is grounded left side, through the left side, a base hit. They're going to wave around Jepson. The throw from Jones is to the left of the plate. Throw to third, try to get a man there, and they do get an out at third, it looks like. Yes, they do. Rungey thrown out at third. That's a big out. So they were unable to get the play at the plate. Jones's throw in left brought Perez to the right. So an RBI single. Jepson scores. We got a tie game now in the top half of the first inning. But the Paddleheads do get the lead runner at third. That takes a lot of the pressure off this inning, as now there's just 1 runner on at first. It's McCabe at first base with Zane Zerbrug, the number 8 hitter in the order, coming up for Great Falls with 1 out. So if you're looking at it trying to limit the damage, that's a big play there. As Croson tosses over to first to check on McCabe. 3 hits in a row, that just seems to be how Great Falls operates offensively. Kind of feast or famine. They're either putting 5-6 hits together or they're not doing anything. Very interesting. First pitch on the way to Zerbrug, swung on and missed. 0-1 the count. I can't think of an offense that operates that way on a consistent basis. Yes, every offense can get hot and get something rolling in an inning, but just to almost solely rely on that is interesting. The 0-1 pitch, called strike on the inside part of the plate. In their performance in win versus loss indicates that as well. Obviously, a little bit more of a limited sample size, with Great Falls only losing 2 games to this point in the season. But if you look at their batting average numbers in wins versus losses, it's crazy. The 0-2 pitch to Zerbrug is fouled away. But the Voyagers, thanks to 3 straight hits, have tied the game, so the lead for Missoula in the home half did not last long. But tied at 1 apiece with a man on at first. The 0-2 pitch on its way, that one just tipped foul. Pitch belt high on the outer half, Zerbrug just able to get the bat on it. So I alluded to those offensive stats with Great Falls 7-2 on the season. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss at a fastball on the outside to Zerbrug, and that's out number 2 in this half frame. But overall team batting average, 309 for the Voyagers, but is 333 in wins. They have 17, 28 extra base hits in victories this season. In losses, the Voyagers have 1 extra base hit. 28 extra base hits in wins this season and 1 in losses. That's wild. Even considering it's a different sample size again, with there only being 2 games. But still, that's 65 at-bats, just 1 extra base hit, and only 14 hits overall. So a 215 average in losses. 333 average in wins and 215 average in losses for the Voyagers. As Oviedo hits one high in the air, dead center field in the park, Sparks drifts back a bit, puts it away for out number 3. So the Voyagers get a couple of hits in this inning, 1 run, but that is it. We will head to the bottom of the second in a tie game. 1-1 tie. You're listening and watching Paddleheads Baseball on ESPN Radio Missoula and GoPaddleheads.com.
Montanans dwell in possibilities. We live in a state of awe, a state of adventure, a state to treasure. In Glacier Country, there's always another trail to hike, another river to fish, another small-town bakery or brewery to try. Let's keep it that way. Please, recreate responsibly, tread lightly, and leave no trace. Thank you for treasuring our treasure state. To learn more, visit recreateresponsiblymt.com.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Now back to Paddlehead Baseball on 102.9 ESPN Radio Missoula.
First pitch of the bottom half of the second inning to Keaton Greenwald went by for a strike. We're back here in this inning as Greenwald hits a bouncing ball to McCabe, gets a high hop but handles it. At third, throws up the line, and Jepson's got the tag. Nicely done by Riley Jepson at first to be able to get a tag down on Greenwald. It was a wide throw by McCabe coming across the diamond. And it hasn't just been at the plate. Riley Jepson has had a number of nice plays at first defensively as well. What a heck of a player Jepson is. And now, making his paddlehead debut is Ray Jones. How cool is this? Ray Jones, mentioned in the open, it's kind of a reunion of sorts with me with Jones. First pitch to the left-handed hitting Jones is hit foul down the right field line. I was the play-by-play voice for the Napa Silverados, where Jones made his professional debut back in 2018. Had a very good year with the Silverados that season under manager Tito Fuentes. The 0-1 pitch misses outside. The name sounds familiar. Tito Fuentes Jr., the son of Tito Fuentes Sr., a longtime Major League player with the San Francisco Giants. 1-1 the count to Ray Jones. 1-1 pitch on the way is taken for a strike. A ball and 2 strikes the count. It was kind of fun meeting up with Jones during batting practice today, gave him a handshake, and he looked at me and it was like I could tell that he kind of knew who I was, but he couldn't put together from where, as the 1-2 is cut on and missed by Jones. So Jones goes down swinging. His first at-bat as a paddlehead. That is the second out of the inning. Once I told him, hey, from Napa, he's like, oh, man, Jeff. Then he knew who I was right away and just kind of reminisced about that 2018 season with the Silverados. He came back for exactly one game in 2019 before being promoted to the American Association, where he spent the last 3 seasons, before making his way over to Missoula as Henderson Perez jumps in and he takes a strike on the outside. So 2 very quick outs here in this half inning. Tie ball game at 1, bottom second. 1-1 the score. The 0-1 is grounded to McCabe at third, gets a good hop on the second hop, throws across, a bit low, but Jepson's right there, and that is the end of the second inning. Very quick, 1-2-3 half inning. This game remains tied at 1 as we head to the top half of the third inning. Stick around here on 102.9 ESPN and GoPaddleheads.com.
Now, the Montana Club's happy hour features BOGO beverages. Our expertly mixed cocktails, microbrews, domestics, and wine are buy one, get one free 7 days a week from 3 to 5:30. Stop in on Friday for Montini night. Sip on a top shelf martini for only $6, 5:30 to close. When you've worked hard all day and are ready to relax, the Montana Club has got you covered with BOGO happy hour 7 days a week, 3 to 5:30 on Brooks and North Reserve, Missoula.
Brooks Nuanez of Skyline Sports has spent years patrolling the sidelines in the Big Sky Conference, and he shares that knowledge on Nuanez Now on ESPN Radio.
I think it's the only thing that people should talk about until it's fixed. I don't think there's any way around it. FCS football, and Colton, you hear me say this more than anyone around. It's a very high level of football. And Montana has a very high level of expectation within that realm of football. It's a very high level Division I institution with amazing football tradition. When you go watch Northern Iowa, you go watch North Dakota State, you go watch South Dakota State or Sam Houston or Montana State, monster, efficient, dominant offensive line. Montana has not had that for the better part of a half decade, if not more. I don't think it's a coaching issue. I don't think it's a scheme issue as much as it is a mentality issue. They've had some guys that play over their head, but there are plenty of holes with that offensive line that they need to address.
Catch Nuanez Now from 4 to 6 every weekday on ESPN Missoula.
You're listening to Paddlehead Baseball, ESPN Missoula.
Third inning about to begin. We're tied at 1 as we roll on here on 102.9 ESPN Radio. GoPaddleheads.com. Jeff Safford with you for this Friday night as we get the first weekend of June kicked off in earnest. Mostly cloudy skies. Saw that thunderstorm roll in. Of course, decided to roll in right around scheduled first pitch time. We're delayed for about an hour before we got this game started. But again, great work from the grounds crew. New tarp was put on display for the first time this season, covering the whole infield. Mentioned great job by Trey and his grounds crew keeping the field in good playing condition, as well as some of the members of the front office staff. They're out there pulling the tarp. Here's Jake Malik. Leadoff man comes up for the Voyagers here in this half inning. Top 3, first pitch to Malik. On its way is a ball that misses just low. 1-1 here in Missoula. Number of other games going on in the Pioneer League. Range Riders and Mustangs, Hawks and Raptors, as the 1-0 pitch gets the call. Lower part of the zone, evens up the count. Also seeing the Grand Junction Rockies and the Chuckers in action. Chuckers have been getting hot. They've won 3 in a row, as have the Mustangs, who, after they got swept here in Missoula, have won 4 straight. 1-1 pitch on the way to Malik is swung on and missed. An off-speed pitch. Malik could not catch up to it. That's not really the right way to word it. He was well out in front. Ball and 2 strikes the count. Mentioned the Chuckers are hot, 3 in a row. They're leading right now. Bottom 5, 7-2 game, leading the Grand Junction Rockies, who have been struggling. They've lost 5 of their last 6. The 1-2 is just outside for ball 2. Perez kind of held the spot there of that fastball for seemingly an eternity, hoping that he would get the call, but didn't. Count now even to Malik, who's 0 for 1 in the ball game thus far. 2-2 pitch on the way. Breaking ball misses the plate. Makes the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Mentioned the Mustangs and Range Riders. Sounds like they're dealing with some weather as well. They got action underway, but it looks like play has been suspended with the Mustangs leading 3-0. Payoff. Low for ball 4. Leadoff man for the second consecutive inning reaches base for the Voyagers. That will send Andy Atwood into the box. Top 3 here in Missoula. Saw Croson get the first 2 men out in the first inning. No runs came in. Last inning saw 3 hits in a row bring a run in for the Voyagers. Eddie McCabe, an RBI single. But a throw to third on a relay that saw Rungey trying to extend it to third base was a big play in that inning. It kept situation coming up where there were 2 men on at first and third with nobody out. Instead, there's 1 man on at first with 1 out, and that kind of killed the rally in that frame for the Voyagers. Here's Atwood. Atwood 0 for 1 with a strikeout so far, as we'll see a throw over to first to check on the runner, Jake Malik. Nothing really happening in that instance. Tie ball game, top 3. 4 hits for Great Falls, 3 of them coming in the last inning, 2 on the other side for Missoula, both in the first. 1, 2, 3, the Paddleheads went down very quickly, the bottom half of the last inning, as Atwood will now call time. Taking a little bit too much time coming to the plate. So Atwood decided to step out, regather his thoughts. Now it looks like we're ready for the first pitch in the at-bat. Here it comes. Runner takes off. It's a strike on the inside. Throw down to second base. Not in time. So Malik gets himself into scoring position right away. We've seen the Voyagers be pretty aggressive on the bases, stealing. They get another stolen bag here to immediately get a runner in scoring position, trying to take the lead for the first time here in the top of the third. Missoula led briefly in the bottom half of the first, only to watch the Voyagers tie it when they came back up to the plate in the top of the second inning. 0-1 pitch on its way. This one now a bunt. Left side, this one kicks foul. Thompson gets his glove on it, making sure that didn't have an opportunity for that one to get a funky kick and end up in fair territory. Atwood not trying to sacrifice in that instance. That was a spot where you saw him bunt to try to get aboard with a hit. 0-2 now the count to Andy Atwood. Croson 2 Ks on the mound. You'd love to pick up number 3 right here with a man in scoring position. The 0-2 on its way. This one, a little looper out towards short. Played on a hop by Watley. Throws to first wide, but dug out by Newman. Nicely done. First out of the inning. Staying put at second base on the play was Malik. So it is an unproductive out. That will send Michael Deeb into the box. Deeb with 2 outs in the first inning hit a little Texas Leaguer single into right field. The ball he poked off the end of the bat over the head of the second baseman, Boning. No, Boning is not linked to a famous airplane brand, as the first pitch to Deeb is up high for ball 1. Ball, no strike the count. There's the airline brand Boeing, not Boning, the CSU Northridge product. 1-0 pitch on the way to Michael Deeb is a line drive into right center field. Coming in on it and not getting there is Greenwald. The Voyagers are most likely going to have the lead. The throw by Newman will come to the plate. The throw from Greenwald, rather. Newman, I thought, was going to cut it off, but it wasn't near in time, and the Voyagers jump out on top 2-1. So Michael Deeb, 2 hits in his first 2 at-bats. Both of them not hit hard, just kind of looping bloops into the outfield, but it's worked out. As the batter will now be Tyler Crabby with a man on at first and 1 out in the inning. But if you're Missoula, despite a few runs here and there, just try to stay out of the crooked numbers. Seems to be the most important thing you can try to do. As Tyler Crabby will now step in. Crabby definitely a double play candidate. First pitch is low for ball 1. I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see Michael Deeb take off just with that thought in mind. Try to send the runner to try to stay out of a double play. Deeb does have pretty good speed at first. I would say above average. Throw over to check up on him, not going anywhere. Back in the bag without a tag. So the Voyagers on the board in 2 consecutive innings, and they lead now 2-1. 5 hits as well. So they've been clumping the hits together in the last 2 innings. Fake throw over to first by Croson. Deeb dove back in for good measure, even though the ball didn't go over there. So the 1-0 is fouled back by Crabby. Even up the count at a ball and a strike. 1 out in the frame. So a ground ball here would send the Paddleheads most likely back to the dugout. Crabby 0 for 1. Hit a slow roller to the left of the mound. Saw Croson come off the mound and make a strong across the diamond to get Crabby. Not the type of play you see a pitcher make too often. 1-1 pitch on the way. This one, a line drive, well hit into right center field. This one's going to split the gap and run all the way to the wall. Michael Deeb is going to be waved around. The throw will come in. Stopping at second is Crabby. And the Voyagers have now put a second run on the board. RBI double for Tyler Crabby. The score is now 3-1. That ball was hammered off the bat of Crabby. Line drive into right center. No chance for either Sparks or Greenwald to get to it before it made it to the wall. With better speed, that very well could have been a 3-bagger for a lot of guys. As Riley Jepson will step in with 1 out and first base unoccupied, I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see the 4 fingers go up in this spot, put Jepson on for free. Looks like they're going to pitch to him here. Honestly, if it were me, I'd be putting Jepson on, considering how hot he's been at the plate. First pitch is up high for ball 1. That also would set up a force at first and second as well. 1-0, 1 out, 2 runs in now for Great Falls. Have the lead at 3-1. 1-0 pitch on the way. This one high for ball 2. 2 ball, no strike the count. And that's what we're noticing in this inning for Croson. He's working behind in the count oftentimes, and that's not where you want to be with Great Falls. They're a team that hunts fastballs. 2-1 is the count to Riley Jepson, who singled his first time, and he takes a breaking ball for a strike. On the inside part of the plate to make the count 3-1. So a lot of loud contact in the start of this game for Great Falls. Offense is rolling again. 6 hits already. We're not through the 3rd inning. 2-1. Pitch is coming. Fastball is fouled off the end of the bat down the 3rd base line. Strike 2, even count now. With Rungey on deck. Number 6 batter in the order. Pitch count getting up there a bit for Croson on the mound. Next will be 46 in 2 1/3 innings. 2-2 pitch on its way. This one, strike 3 on the inside corner. Got him looking with a fastball. Good pitch. Big pitch to record the second out, 3rd K for the left-hander Croson. This will now send Rungey into the box. Rungey hit his first at bat. Croson tosses back to second, trying to catch Crabby napping, but it didn't work out. A 3-1 advantage. Missoula trying to keep it just a 2-run rally. Again, 2 outs. This was the situation last night. Voyagers were so clutch, time and time again. First pitch on the way to Rungey is taken for a ball down low. 1 ball, no strike count. Fastball with some sink on it. Almost in a perfect spot at the knees on the outside, but it was just below the knees for a ball. 1-0 the count. Crabby at second. The 1-0 delivery is popped up right side. Jason Newman drifting into foul territory near the bullpen is going to reach up and make the play for out number 3. So 2 runs in this half inning for the Voyagers, who take the lead for the first time. Score now 3-1, headed to the home half. Stick around here on 102.9 ESPN and GoPaddleheads.com.
Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer Equipment is a local, family-owned business and proud sponsor of Missoula PaddleHeads baseball. Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer carries a wide variety of truck and trailer accessories, gooseneck, and dump equipment. Anytime you want to maximize your flatbed, have hauling needs, require specialized fabrication, or need trailer repair, get the job done right. For professional advice, go to the experts at Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer Equipment, 5680 Expressway in Missoula, or check out their inventory at www.rmtte.com. Help raise money for the Garden City's high school golf programs and have a blast playing a round of golf at the Missoula Country Club while you contribute to a great cause. On Monday, June 13th, MCC is hosting the annual Skip Copravica Golf Tournament. For $80 per player and $320 per team, you and your squad will get an 18-hole scramble, lunch, and a chance to win a ton of great prizes. Help raise money for the golf programs at Big Sky, Hellgate, Sentinel, and Loyola by playing in the annual Skip Copravica Tournament at the Missoula Country Club Monday, June 13th.
When Regime Seabrook joins Cody Kiwanis in the studio, you know what you're going to get. A unique perspective, insightful observations, and plenty of laughs to go with it.
Matt Ryan in the last year or two, you know how lasagna noodles look like when they come out of the box? When he's walking back there and Matt Ryan's got that weird elongated giraffe neck, I have a long neck, you know, like Land Before Time style. When he moves around, he looks like a moving lasagna noodle. I'm just saying, man.
Catch Regime Seabrook once a week on Nuanez Now, 4 to 6 p.m. on ESPN 102.9 Missoula.
This is Missoula Paddlehead Baseball on 102.9 ESPN Radio.
3-1 ball game as we roll on here in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Boning will lead things off in this half inning for the Paddleheads. 9-1-2 spots coming up. It's like a little shower starting to roll through right now. Hopefully that will not stop things here in this half inning. Again, we were an hour delayed to start with as it was. As Aravalo now will pitch with the lead as Brandon Boeing is hit by a pitch, the first pitch he sees. So Missoula, right out of the chute, will have their leadoff man aboard. Sure not what Aravalo was looking for on the hill. He is hit by a pitch, is Boning. Kevin Watley will now step in with a man on. That's always a good thing for that number 9 hitter to do, to get on in front of the top of the order to kind of set the table. So oftentimes that's what the leadoff man's job is, to try to set the table. Now the table's already set. All he's got to do, take a seat, so to speak. A lot less effort. He's got to take a seat at the table. It's already set. Got the china out. The Friday night, what the heck? Maybe you got that fancy bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon out. Why not? 0-1 the count to Watley. Me being a Northern California guy growing up in the wine country, of course. I like some vino. The 0-1 count to Watley, who's 0 for 1 in the game as well. A pitch on the way is slowly tapped foul, third base side. 0-2 now the count to Watley. 2 hits for Missoula. Great Falls, a pair of runs in the top half of this inning to take the lead. 3-1 the score. Missoula was on the board first in the first inning to take a brief advantage. But the last 2 innings, you're going to take anything away, able to limit damage. That's, to me, keep saying it, the biggest key in this game, I would think, for Missoula. Keep the Voyagers out of those big innings. Keep it close. The 0-2 to Watley is hit high in the air, right field. Coming in on it is Malik, and he makes the play in shallow right field for the first out of the inning. So Watley retired. That will bring Lamar Sparks into the box. Seeing Sparks do a lot of things swinging the bat this season in terms of extra base hits and RBIs, but one thing he doesn't have is a home run. Does represent the tying run in the box with 1 out in the inning, with Boning on at first, who led off the inning getting hit by a pitch. Sparks 0 for 1 with a K so far to get things started. First pitch is low and outside for ball 1. 1-0 the count to Lamar Sparks. Trying to battle back in this series are the Paddleheads after losing the last 2 games, trailing 2-1 the 6-game slate. The 1-0 delivery from Aravallo coming. This one low and away. Make the count 2 balls and no strikes. That's the thing with early season baseball. You just don't want to hit the panic button, especially you're sitting at 5-4. It's not like Missoula is 0-9 or something like that. 2-0 the count. Boning a fair-sized lead as Sparks hits one the other way. Right field, this one's got a chance, and it's gone! Lamar Sparks goes oppo, and this game is tied. And I credit myself for that home run. I said it. Hey, what has Sparks not done this year? Go deep. And what did he just do? He hit his first home run of the year to tie the ball game at 3. Lamar Sparks, first home run in a Paddlehead uniform. The opposite of the broadcaster's curse. First home run of the year, picks up RBI number 11 and 12 in the process as well to lead the club. So Sparks filling up the stat sheet, makes an impact here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Here's Cam Thompson. First pitch is a sharp hit ground ball to the right side, gloved by Atwood, pirouettes, throws, and they got him at first. Nice play all around as Jepson again was able to keep that back foot on the bag on a wide throw. Great effort from Atwood as well at second, pirouetting. Striding towards the first base bag to get the out. Impressive play all around. Your Thompson just got to tip your cap. Very nicely done. That will send Jason Newman into the box. Newman, who launched one into right center field to get the Paddleheads on the board. It was a triple into right center. Pitch to Newman, taken for a ball inside. Just a bit inside, apparently. 1-0 is the count. Great Falls dugout didn't like that call, barking at the umpires. 1-0 is the count now to Newman with 2 outs. 1-0 pitch on the way from Aravallo, called strike on the outside to even up the count. Tell that they were barking at the umpire from the previous pitch because saw him kind of motion towards the dugout and then push his arm to the left saying, it was in. The 1-1 pitch, similar spot, but now called a strike. Now Newman's ticked off. And now Jeff Lyle's going to have a word. Paddlehead's hitting coach from the third base coach's box. Jeff Lyle not happy at all. And for good reason. They're just looking for things to be just looking for things to be consistent. I think that's the main thing with coaches, with umpires. They just want a zone to be consistent. They want to know if a pitch is in a certain spot, will it be called strike or a ball? This makes it easier on the hitters to know a certain zone because every umpire's zone is a little different. The 1-2 is low and outside. In this at-bat, saw first pitch call the ball on the inside part of the plate. Great Falls thought otherwise, and we saw later in this at-bat pitch in a very similar spot, then call the strike. That's where Missoula had the beef. 2-2 swing and a miss at a breaking ball off the outside part of the plate. That is out number 3. But thanks to Lamar Sparks, a 2-run shot here in this half inning, the Paddleheads answer the 2 runs scored by the Voyagers in the top half, and this game is knotted up at 3 as we head to the top of the 4th inning.
I am Jeff Laporte, an orthopedic surgeon and the medical director of the Missoula Bone and Joint Surgery Center. I'm here to welcome you to our new state-of-the-art facility in Missoula, Montana. Since we opened, the feedback from our patients has been very positive. Our goal was to build a facility that helps us provide the best surgical services by increasing access to patient care and also providing high-quality orthopedic surgical services. In addition to the usual outpatient procedures we have done for years, we can also offer joint replacement surgery and spine surgery with the option of an overnight stay. Research shows that patients' outcomes are better if they return home soon after surgery. Our board-certified orthopedic surgeons, anesthesiologists, and support personnel are committed to providing the highest quality of care at our new state-of-the-art facility at Missoula Bone and Joint Surgery Center.
Missoula Bone and Joint. Quality care from people who care.
And the Voyagers. After Great Falls has been successful offensively last couple innings, Croson would love to get a quick frame here. We're watching the Voyagers score in each of the last 2. First pitch to McCabe is down low. McCabe drove in a run in his last at-bat, got a ground ball through the left side of the infield to bring in, I believe it was Riley Jepson that scored. 1-0 is the count to McCabe. The pitch on the way is a line drive over the top of Thompson's head and into left field. And that's what we've seen the last 3 innings from the Voyagers, getting that leadoff man on. That will bring Zane Zerbrug into the box. The 1 run the Voyagers did not score in was the first inning. That's when Croson was able to get the first 2 outs to the first 2 batters he faced. Last 2 where the leadoff man was aboard, Great Falls then would score in the inning. 7 hits as well overall. Just lacing line drives all over the yard. Right back into the stretch. Zerbrug does have pretty good speed in the box, so it will be tough to double him off. He's going to square to bunt and bunts it in front of home plate. Now to the right of the mound. Croson's only play will be to first. He throws high, and Newman just does keep his foot on the bag. Woof. That was close to disaster in that spot. And now Tommy Thompson going out for a little talk. Touched on every time. We've been keeping track in this 6-game slate. How many times do we see Thompson have a word with the umpires? They are going to talk about that play at first. Was pretty close, and they're going to stick with the call on the field. But it was a high throw from Croson, and the Paddleheads were fortunate that Newman was able to use that tall frame to reach up and hang onto it. Otherwise, if he doesn't, there's 2 men on and nobody out. Instead, at least you get the 1 out in the inning. McCabe now back in scoring position with Adam Oviedo coming into the box. Voyagers again looking for a rebuttal. They had in the second after the Paddleheads scored as well. First pitch on the way. Fastball doesn't get the call off the plate. 1-0 the count. Missoula tied it in the third thanks to a 2-run homer from Lamar Sparks. His first of the year. After the Voyagers scored a pair in the top half to take the lead briefly. The 1-0 delivery up high again makes the count 2 balls and no strikes. You do have first base open in this spot. With the top of the order coming up, I'm sure Croson would like to get it out in this spot to have 2 outs in the inning, make facing that top of the order a little bit more manageable. 2-0 is the count to Adam Oviedo, who has 0 for 1 so far. Pitch on the way is check swing, look out, foul. That one sails right over the top of Jake Malik's head in the on-deck circle. 2-ball, 1-strike count as these light showers continue to fall here in Missoula in the top of the 4th. Field seems to be in pretty good shape. That tarp definitely helps. They didn't have a tarp like that here in Missoula last year. 2-1 pitch, taken for strike 2 on the inside corner. 2-ball, 2-strike count. That was pitch number 56 for the Southpaw Croson on the mound. 3 1/3, 3 Ks, a walk, 3 runs allowed. So far, 7 hits. Trying to keep his team level at 3 in this inning with a man in scoring position at second. The 2-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Pitch in the dirt. Perez lays down the tag, and that's the 2nd out of the inning. Big strikeout there to record out number 2. And it makes the fans happy. They've kind of a new promotion in the ballpark in the 4th. You know, the peanut inning in the 6th. But now they got the jitter inning, where fans can win a free cup of coffee if a player strikes out on the opposite side for the Voyagers. So fans get some free Joe. A cup of Joe, I guess you could say. That would be engineer Tommy Evans' favorite promotion. As here's Jake Malik. First pitch on the way is low and outside. Tommy Evans, of course, well known here on ESPN Radio. He's a producer and engineer extraordinaire. He is a big coffee guy. Big coffee guy. That guy's always got the coffee going. 1-0 pitch to Malik. Fastball misses the outside. And he's a purist as well. I respect that about him. No frappes, lattes, I don't know, frappuccinos. He is black coffee all the way. As Croson is going to ask for a new baseball, maybe feeling a little bit damp. 2-0 the count to Jake Malik with 2 outs in the inning. Tie game at 3. So I guess Tommy's going to have to make his way out to a game for the 4th inning to get some free coffee. 2-0 with 2 outs. Jake Malik in the box is 0 for 1. Croson looking to strand that runner at second. The 2-0 pitch swung on and missed. Off speed. Malik was out in front. 2-1. That's how you know you got good feel for a pitch. You'll throw a changeup like that behind in the count 2-0. Shows you have confidence in that pitch, and it makes it a better weapon. So know that hitters have to look for it at any count. 2-1 pitch on the way. Fastball just below the knees. Make it 3-1. Just low. I like the pitch sequencing there, though. Had the change-up in the low part of the zone, seeing Malik go after it, back it right up with heat to a similar spot. Makes it tough on the hitters to see that contrasting speed and style of pitch to pick up. But now Malik is in the driver's seat, 3-1. If you're Croson on the mound, you have to be careful in this spot. First base open, so a walk isn't the worst thing in the world. Don't want to try to make a mistake here on a 3-1 pitch. Here it comes. Way outside for ball 4. Is the count, or excuse me, that is ball 4, so that will be a walk for Jake Malik. Second walk issued in the game. So that will leave it up now to Andy Atwood. Atwood into the box with 2 away, and now 2 runners on at first and second. Leadoff man McCabe got aboard, base hit into right field, then was advanced to second on a bunt by Zerbrug, and that's where he's stood since. Atwood trying to drive him in with 2 outs. Tie game at 3 in the top of the 4th inning. Andy Atwood on the night is 0 for 2 with a strikeout, one of 4 strikeouts for the left-hander Croson, who's set at the belt, trying to dig deep. Pitch on the way. Fastball off the plate. Makes the count a ball and no strikes. Both bullpens quiet. I'm sure manager Michael Schlack is hoping that he can get at least one more inning out of his starter before turning it over to the pen. Had been such a good start to the year, but struggled last night, did the bullpen. That 6-run rally kind of brought an end to what had been a great streak of innings with paddlehead relievers. 1-0 delivery to Atwood. Not close, ball 2. 2-ball, no strike count, and now Croson getting himself into some trouble the last couple of batters. Walked Malik to put two runners on, now falls behind Atwood 2-0. Have to dig even deeper, it seems. The 2-0 pitch is right there for strike 1 with a breaking ball. 2-ball, 1 strike count. Knee high on the outer half. 2-1 now the count with 2 away. Way the offense has been going for Great Falls, anytime you can put a 0 up on the board, the job very well done. Voyagers making the Paddleheads work for it, though, in this inning. The 2-1 pitch. This one lined, but foul down the left field line. That one's got plenty of hook to it. Ends up going over the top of that protective wall down the left field line. Look out, Trey. It's down right by where his setup is. All the grounds crew equipment. So who knows? Maybe he had something go right into his shop down there, down the left field line, beyond the wall. Now a 2-strike count to Atwood, 2-2. So Croson does have a pitch to play with here if he wants. I would imagine he'll be relatively aggressive, going after the hitter. The 2-2 on its way. This one fouled to the right. Tried to bust him in with a fastball, but Atwood fouled it off. 3 runs on 7 hits thus far for Great Falls. 3 runs on 3 hits for Missoula. No errors for either club to this point. So late showers continue to fall. Can't really almost hardly see the rain coming down on ground level. Just kind of see it coming down from up in the lights. The moisture anyway. 2-2 count. Here it comes. Fastball fouled off again by Atwood. Battling away in this at-bat. Both runners were on the move on that pitch as well. When it goes into a 3-2 count, with 2 outs, you often see runners take off, but not always in a 2-2 like this. We'll see another 2-2 as this AB rolls on between these two. big battle in this inning. This will be the 66th pitch, and now Atwood's going to call time. Two and two. Atwood now back into the box. Here comes the pitch on the way. Breaking ball just tipped foul on the first base side. Atwood was fooled. He was out in front, but somehow was able to make contact to stay alive in this at-bat. I mean, Atwood was well on that front foot. That's what most important thing is sometimes, though. Just do what you can to stay alive, as Atwood did there. 2 balls and 2 strikes is the count to Andy Atwood. Croson hunched over, looking in for the sign for Perez. Looks like he's got what he wants, as Atwood's ready as well. Target goes away from Perez. Here comes the delivery. Fastball fouled back. This battle continues. This feels like an important battle now. Every pitch going by, kind of seeming the pressure mounts on both sides. Both Atwood and Croson battling in a tie game. Voyagers want the lead back. Paddleheads want to see it stay level here in the top of the 4th inning. We'll see another 2-2 pitch. This will be the 9th pitch of this at-bat. Here it comes. Breaking ball fouled away again to the left. Count stays at 2-2. These two continue to duel here in this half inning. Will Croson find a way? With 2 outs. Atwood's back in the box. Croson going through the signs with Perez. Looking in. Hunched over a bit. Atwood waving the bat around in the box. Long pause on the mound. Now, Perez is going to go out to the mound to talk with Croson on the hill. Maybe want to talk about an idea here for this pitch. Now, Kevin Watley, the shortstop, is going to join this conversation as well. A little surprised not to see Newman go over there. Newman being a dual-sided guy, first base, and also has been the late inning specialist for the Paddleheads as well, with 2 saves on the year. Get an input from a pitcher, but not in that spot. Looks like we're ready for play again. Waiting on another 2-2 pitch. Target set up down and away. The 2-2 on the way. Another foul ball. Takes a crazy ricochet. Ends up, was to the right, but I think hit one of the speakers on the right side. Ended up bounding over towards the third base side on the concourse or in the first couple rows of the stands. Got to keep your head on a swivel. We're going to see another 2-2 pitch. Atwood just keeps hacking and keeps fouling pitches off. Another 2-2. High for ball 3. And finally, we see something other than a foul. But now it's a 3-ball count. What an at-bat here from Andy Atwood with runners on at first and second. Double-digit AB. This will be the 12th pitch of this at-bat. Michael Deeb has been waiting for seemingly an eternity in that first base side on deck circle. The payoff, runners on the move. This one a slow roller. Boning has it at second base. He throws on, and Croson wins the battle. Didn't make it easy. Took 12 pitches, but Croson gets his team back into the dugout. That was a big spot. Keep this game tied. 3-3 is the score as we head to the home half of the 4th inning.
There is a reason customers go back again and again to DeMorris Buick GMC Mercedes, Missoula's most trusted dealership and proud sponsor of Missoula PaddleHeads baseball. DeMorris high-end service shop is unmatched in diagnostics, diesel maintenance, and repair, serving generations of satisfied customers. DeMorris Buick GMC Mercedes is your area Sprinter van headquarters for the Montana outdoor lifestyle. Check out demorris.com for new and pre-owned inventory or stop by 3115 West Broadway.
The things we ask you to do to win prizes has certainly changed, but one of the most consistent and desirable prizes here on Nuanez Now has never changed. Every Wednesday, you can tune in for your chance to win a dozen wings from the Desperado Sports Tavern and Grill. Desperado offers the best wings in the city of Missoula. Be sure to tune in every Wednesday during the 4 o'clock hour to 102.9 ESPN Missoula Nuanez Now for your chance to win a dozen wings from the Desperado Sports Tavern and Grill. The Desperado Sports Tavern and Grill proudly presents Wing It Wednesday on ESPN Radio.
Coulter's got beef.
Let's disqualify every single thing that happened to Barry Bonds from 2000 through 2007 when he retired. He still hit over 400 home runs. He still won multiple MVPs. He still hit 40-plus home runs 5 times before he ever started taking steroids. If you want to eliminate every single thing that you possibly can after he started taking steroids, that's fine. He's still first ballot Hall of Famer. I'm never going to get over it. Barry Bonds is the best baseball player I've ever seen in my life. He should absolutely be in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Nuanez Now, every weekday at 4 p.m. on ESPN Radio Missoula.
ESPN Radio for Western Montana, KKVU HD3 Stevensville, and 102.9 FM on K275BS Missoula. We now return to Paddlehead Play-by-Play on ESPN Radio.
A little bit of rain isn't keeping this crowd at bay here at Allegiance Field, Ogren Park. Everybody having fun on a Friday night, getting your weekend started. Pride Night here at the Yard. Glad you've decided to jump in with us here on the radio side, 1029 ESPN Missoula, and on the stream, gopaddleheads.com. My name's Jeff Safford. Glad to have everyone along with us. Tie game, tightly contested thus far. Voyagers made Croson work to the bitter end in that last half inning. But in the end, it was the lefties standing tall on the mound, not allowing any runs after a 12-pitch battle. Andy Atwood. Foul after foul after foul. Good battle put up. In the end, Croson was able to get him to roll over 1 to second to Boning to finally get out of the inning. See if the Paddleheads can get things going in this half inning offensively. It will be Nick Gatewood getting things started. Then Keaton Greenwald and the new guy, Ray Jones. Not a new guy in my book. Touched on my year I had covering him with the Napa Silverados. Was with them for all 82 games in that Pacific Association season. It was actually the first season I actually called baseball. 1-0 pitch is up high for ball 2. I called baseball on the radio. It wasn't a stream. There was a stream available of the game on a tune-in app, but was on the air terrestrially in the area. Was actually ESPN affiliate in Napa that covered those games. 2-0 is the count. The pitch on the way to Gatewood is hit well. Center field, drifting back is Zerbrug, and he's not going to get it. It's over his head and up against the wall. Gatewood into second base. That's a double for Nick Gator Gatewood. Good way to start this half inning. And that one had to feel good for Gatewood. Touched on his struggles the last couple of games, just 2 for his last 17 at the plate. But that was a rocket into dead center field. Off the bat, thought maybe Zerbrug would have a chance to track that ball down. But that was hit with so much velocity going into center field. Zerbrug kind of turned it around trying to track it. By the time he finally picked it up, it was over his head. As Keaton Greenwald will now step into the box with a man on at second. Paddleheads looking to take the lead back. Tied at 3, man on at second, nobody out. Greenwald 0 for 1 in the contest. Playing in at first is Jepson. First pitch on the way is low and outside for ball 1. Interesting to see Jepson playing in at first, almost on the infield grass. McCabe is playing back at third. Interesting defensive placement for Jepson. Leaves that first base side kind of unoccupied. So if Greenwald kind of could poke one that way, would be good. But there's a pop-up on the left side. Maybe playable for McCabe, and he does make the catch to the left of the coach's box. And that is definitely not what Keaton Greenwald was looking for there. An unproductive out with a man in scoring position. That's going to send Ray Jones into the box. Jones, who struck out in his first at-bat, spot here to make some friends with both his new fan base and folks in the clubhouse. It's one thing with Jones. Yes, we both could say maybe wouldn't recognize each other's based on appearances. I was clean-shaven back in 2018. Now I'm rocking the beard. Ray Jones had short hair when I met him back in 2018. Now he's rocking a long, wavy look. First pitch to Ray Jones on the way. Belt high, strike. Ray Jones, a fantastic year in his rookie campaign. Season I covered him in Napa back in 2018 with the Silverados. 0-1 the count to Jones. 363 average that season for the Silverados. Then moved on to Geary. The 0-1 pitch is a ground ball, first base side, gloved by Atwood. Double clutches, throws to first in time to get Jones. Not a totally lost at bat there, as Jones is retired for the second out of the inning as Gatewood advances to third base on the play, making it a little bit more tough on the Voyager defense, who, like the Paddleheads in the top half of this inning, looking to keep this game level, not give up the lead. It was a good start to the frame with the leadoff double from Gatewood, but 2 outs after that. Missoula will look for a clutch at bat here from Henderson Perez. Game tied at 3 here in the bottom of the 4th inning. 4 hits for Missoula, 7 for the Voyagers. Aravallo trying to get out of this inning unscathed. Perez seems to be seeing the ball better in his last couple of games. Scuffling a bit at the plate. Last 2 games, though, has reached safely in both. Target away from Crabby to start things off. The pitch from Aravallo is skied into foul territory. First base side, Jepson giving chase. May have enough room. He reaches over and can't quite get there. He was all the way over towards where the tarp is, to the right of the Voyager dugout, and just did run out of room. Saw the ball kick off something, so not sure if Jepson actually had a chance to catch it or not. Kind of hard to tell. There's a lot of stuff blocking the view on that first base side because you're dealing with the protective netting. You got the tarp over there up against the wall. Either way, good effort from Jepson, just couldn't quite get it. So Perez gets a lifeline. 0-1 now the count. Aravallo throws. Whoa, look out. Up and in, that hits Perez. Perez in some pain as well. That one came to a tough spot. Looks like Perez got struck in his right arm. Trainer Luke McCarthy is going to go out and check on Perez. Fastball just came up and in to Henderson Perez. Hopefully just sore from taking fastball. Hopefully there's no broken bones or anything like that. Do see Perez moving his fingers, so that's a good sign. Looks like he's able to move that right arm up and down as well. Again, trainer Luke McCarthy, Michael Schlack out there as well, checking on the Paddleheads catcher. Nico Pacheco would most likely come into the game if Perez can't continue, but it looks like Perez is going to tough this one out and walk up to first base. So hit batsman continues the inning. That puts runners on at the corners now, with Gatewood still on at third base for Brandon Boning. Boning picked up an RBI in his first professional at-bat last night, an RBI single to left field. Another RBI opportunity here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th and a tie game. One of a couple of rookie signings this week on the infield, trying to replace a couple of injured players. Jaden Hanna, the other, seen a couple games this week. First pitch to Boning on its way. Breaking ball, low and outside, ball 1. Nicely done from Boning, not chasing that slider that broke off the outside. So easy early in the count to chase a pitch like that, especially when you're sitting on a fastball in the early parts of an at-bat. Not in that spot. 1-0 the count to Boning. Aravallo delivers. This one low and outside again to make the count 2 balls and no strikes. The touchdown it earlier, I expected a little bit more of a patient approach from the Paddleheads offensively, and we've seen that to an extent. Gatewood a double to start the inning. He's at third. Perez at first was hit by a pitch. 2-0 the count to Boning. Aravallo looks ready. The target from Crabby away once again. The 2-0 delivery is not close. 3 ball, no strike count. Aravallo has thrown 3 pitches all off the plate away to the right-handed batting Boning, and none of them have been close at all. I think I could stand in the box and go up there and take those 3. Of course, say that sitting up here in my comfortable booth. 3-0 the count. Pitch to Boning. Taken for a strike on the inside part of the plate. Did Boning have the green light in a 3-0? We'll never know. Pitch in that spot in a 3-0 count. Hitter isn't going to offer at a pitch like that either way. 3-1 now the count to Brandon Boning. Still a good hitter's count. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses up high for ball 4. So Aravallo struggling with control the last couple of batters he's faced. A hit batsman and a walk. That's going to load the bases for Kevin Watley. Watley, a newly signed player this season for the Paddleheads. It's been an everyday starter for Missoula. Could definitely make some more friends in that dugout if he could come up big here with 2 outs and the bases juiced. Tie game, bottom 4. Missoula trying to even up the 6-game slate at 2 games apiece. They're dropping games the last 2 nights. Kevin Watley in the ball game is 0 for 2. First pitch, swing and a miss at a changeup on the outside. 0-1 count. So Watley looking for a fastball. Bullpen quiet for Missoula down the left field line. So that will mean indeed another inning for Croson in the 5th. He's to start things out. The 0-1 pitch with the bases loaded is grounded foul right side. Count now 0-2. Watley will have to get tough now. In an 0-2 count with the bases loaded, trying to come up big to give Missoula the lead back. They took the lead in the first inning, scoring once. It was a very brief lead as the Voyagers came back in the top half of the 2nd to tie it. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Fastball, strike 3 on the outside corner. Got him looking. Definitely not the at-bat Watley was looking there. A 3-pitch strikeout, and the Paddleheads leave him loaded. We're headed to the top of the 5th and a tie ball game here on 102.9 ESPN Radio and GoPaddleheads.com.
The great outdoors is meant to be explored. Road tripping to the mountains, finding the perfect trail, enjoying that breeze with the windows down. Summer equals truck season. Make sure you're able to find your next lifted adventure with the rig from Northwest Motorsport. With a huge selection of over 1,400 vehicles to choose from, your next adventure is waiting right around the corner at nwmsrocks.com. That's Northwest Motorsport. Trucks, and more trucks.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
1029 ESPN Missoula is your home for the NBA playoffs. Catch live game broadcasts all the way through the finals and tune in to Nuanez Now every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on 1029 ESPN for analysis from Colter Nuanez and a rotating cast of experts like Kyle Sample, Brooks Nuanez, Austin Tutel, and Andrew Houghton. Can Giannis and the Bucks defend their title, or will an upstart knock them off and take the crown? Follow all the action on 1029 ESPN, your home for the NBA playoffs.
Away from your radio? Stream Paddlehead Baseball live on 1029ESPN.com or on the TuneIn Radio app. Now, back to the ballpark.
Tie game as we roll into the fifth inning here, Allegiance Field, Ogren Park. You will see Austin Croson head back to the hill. 4 strikeouts for the left-hander. He sits at 77 pitches overall. Has allowed 7 hits and 2 walks. So he's seeing plenty of congestion on the bases. But Croson has done well to stay out of the big inning. In the last half, was able to see 2 runners reach, first and second, but turned the Voyagers away, including winning that battle with Andy Atwood to end the frame with 2 outs. It was a 12-pitch war between those two. Looks like we're going to see the bullpen get going at the start of this inning, just in case. Just saw Cody Thompson get up. He could be getting ready to start throwing. Michael Deeb will get into the box, and he takes ball 1. Michael Deeb has not hit the ball hard in either one of his 2 at-bats, but you wouldn't know it looking at the box score. He's 2 for 2. 1-0 delivery. Taken, change up, strike at the knees. Evens up the count. Very interesting. Both hits that Deeb has picked up has been very similar. Both just little flares into right field. Deeb takes high on the 1-1 pitch to make it 2-1. The bloop for Deeb back in the third actually got the Voyagers on the board. Part of a 2-run inning. 2-1 pitch on the way is a ball hit left side. Watley backhands it. He's going to have no play. Unreal. So Michael Deeb got jammed, just kind of hit one to the right spot on the left side, and he's now 3 for 3. Made weak contact in all 3 of his at-bats, but has 3 hits. Another leadoff man aboard for the Voyagers. They've had the leadoff guy on in now 3 consecutive innings. Check that 4 straight inning. Deeb on at first in front of Tyler Crabby. First pitch on the way. Grounded at the plate, foul. Ends up bouncing into the field of play, but went off the back foot of the right-handed batting Crabby. So indeed, Missoula's pen getting going. Said I thought it looked like Thompson, Cody Thompson, start throwing, and indeed that's who it is. Seen Thompson in action in this series, pitching for the Paddleheads. I'm sure Michael Schlack would like to see Croson get through this frame before going to the pen in the 6th. Pitch count stands at 81. Pitch to Tyler Crabby. Strike on the inside part of the plate. Good start to this AB for Croson. Jumping ahead 0-2 of Tyler Crabby. Middle infield hoping for a ground ball near second. Crabby does not run well, so definitely a double play candidate with Deeb on at first. The 0-2 on the way is in the dirt. Deeb takes off. Perez will not have an opportunity to throw to second. So Deeb runs his way out of the double play. As the count is now 1-2, and that is a big spot there. Not only do the Voyagers get a runner in scoring position, but now the possibility of a double play lessens dramatically. Voyagers right back to challenging Crowson. Seems like it's just been that type of a night for him. Laboring in every inning. 1-2 pitch is in the dirt again, blocked by Perez. That time not far enough away to allow Deeb to try to advance. Good anticipation by Deeb on the bases as well. That pitch didn't make its way too far away from Perez. But Deeb, knowing the situation, knowing that 90 feet to second, stay out of the double play, very important. So he took off. Second, he saw the opportunity. The 2-2 pitch is low again for ball 3. 3 pitches, all of them low. And what started what looked like a great start, 0-2 count, now is worked to a 3-2 with the smoking hot Riley Jepson waiting next. 3-ball, 2-strike count with nobody out. The payoff on the way. Not close. Fastball, ball 4. Way up high on that pitch, and that is the third walk issued by Crowson. That will send Riley Jepson into the box with 2 on and nobody out. Here comes Michael Schlack out of the dugout. It's not motioned to the bullpen yet that I've seen. So not sure if this is going to be a pitching change or a conversation for Michael Schlack. Whole infield is going to join this conversation. And I'm sure part of the message if Crowson is going to stay in the game is talking about Jepson, just touching on how hot he is swinging the bat. But 2 runners on, nobody out. Crowson will have to get tough once again here in the 5th inning. He wants to keep this game level at 3 runs apiece. Both teams have led in this game. The largest lead for either club to this point was 2 runs. That was for the Voyagers. In the 3rd, it didn't last long, however, as the bottom half of the 3rd inning saw Missoula tie the game thanks to a 2-run home run from Lamar Sparks. A triple in the 1st inning got Missoula on the board, Jason Newman giving the Paddleheads the brief lead. That's been kind of the trend early going. Pinballing back and forth with the runs. Back to the action now. Crowson stays on for Jepson. First pitch on the way, and the lefty-lefty matchup is a line drive in a left center field, a base hit. They're going to wave Deeb around. The throw is going to go towards second base, and Great Falls has got the lead back. Riley Jepson continues his success, and it's now a 4-3 game. That's going to send Rungey into the box. So Jepson not waiting around, jumped on the first pitch he saw, lines one in the left field, and the Voyagers have the lead, and here comes Michael Schlack once again. This will be a pitching change. So the Voyagers got the lead back, and they're set up potentially for a big inning. It will be Cody Thompson coming out to try to limit the damage. But Great Falls back out in front, 4-3. Pitching change taking place. Will step away.
Hi, I'm Brent Musberger. After growing up in Billings, my professional broadcasting career introduced me to many NFL players, and I was so happy to learn that over 250 Montana athletes have reached that pro football level. As an inductee into last year's Montana Pro Football Hall of Fame, please join me in welcoming this year's class of outstanding football achievers. Our induction banquet is at Billings Hotel and Convention Center, Saturday, June 25th. Tickets are available at all Montana Universal athletic stores.
Tune in to Nuanez Now every Friday to catch up with Carolyn to get a little bit of a different view on sports.
So then he got hurt because his coach and fellow players kind of made a couple comments because he missed important shots. And then he had a little, he felt bad. It was sad. And so now he's getting traded. And I just think you're just trading 2 babies for each other, and you're just going to have the same amount of problems.
Catch the chick who doesn't know sports on Fridays on Nuanez Now on ESPN Missoula.
teasers, parlays, props, futures. If you can think of it, you can bet it at Sportsbet Montana kiosks. Here at ESPN Missoula, we're helping you narrow down those limitless options with all betting all the time. Our sports betting segment, sponsored by Sportsbet Montana. Tune into Nuanez Now from 4 to 6 p.m. every weekday, where we will explain the lingo and analyze lines on everything from Major League Baseball to the NBA and NHL playoffs. Brush up on your knowledge with all betting all the time on Nuanez Now. Then hit the nearest Sportsbet Montana kiosk and let it ride.
Hey, this is manager Michael Schlack, and you're listening to Missoula PaddleHeads Baseball on ESPN Missoula 102.9.
Voyagers see the first three batters of this half inning reach. They get the lead right back here in the top of the fifth. Leading for the second time in the game, and they are far from done in this inning. Nobody out, 2 runners on. 4-3 now the score, and coming on for Missoula. Pitch now is a right-hander out of Cannockville, Virginia. It's Cody Thompson taking the ball. 6'3", 200-pounder, 25 years old. Takes the ball for Michael Schlack. Well, we have a moment. Take a look at some of the other scores around the Pioneer League. Sounds like the game between the Glacier Range Riders and Mustangs was suspended. Sounds like they're going to continue action tomorrow. Also dealing with some other weather. About 4.5, 5 hours south on the I-90 from here in Missoula. That's where the next road trip will be for the Paddleheads, Dealer Park, next week. Be a home-and-home set between the Mustangs and Paddleheads next week, as Colin Rungey takes the first pitch outside for ball 1. Count now, 1 ball and no strikes. First pitch from Thompson. Rungey, DH in tonight's game. 1-0 delivery on its way. Swing and a miss at a pitch on the inside. Count now even at a ball and 1 strike. Thompson, this is his 3rd appearance on the mound this season. 2 1/3 innings, no runs allowed. To this point, for the right-hander, the 1-1 pitch on the way. This one spoiled foul off to the right. Eddie McCabe, the number 7 batter in the order, waits next for the Voyagers. Grab the lead once again here in this half inning. Score now 4-3. Top 5. A ball and 2 strikes is the count to Colin Rungey. Target in from Perez as Thompson is set on the right side of the rubber. Pitch on its way. This one, a hopper near the mound to the left of it. Thompson throws to first low, dug out by Newman. It's that kind of a swinging bunt, so to speak, from Rungey as both runners move up to second and third. That's going to bring Eddie McCabe into the box with 1 out in the inning. Rungey now 1 for 3 in the ball game as McCabe stands in. Drove in the first run of the night for the Voyagers in the top of the second inning, RBI single. Looking for more RBIs here to try to extend the Great Falls advantage. Not good speed on at third. It's Crabby, the runner there, with Jepson at second. First pitch from Thompson is hit down the right field line, but foul. That one's going to drift out towards the Blackfoot party deck. There is a little soiree going on over there down the right field line. Did hit off one of the tents for the party deck, so didn't go in amongst the patrons. 0-1 with 1 out. Thompson looking to calm the waters here in the 5th inning. 0-1. Here it comes. Fastball, good spot. Strike 2 on the outside part of the plate. Knee high on the outside. Great spot from Thompson. Good job going two different locations. The first pitch to McCabe was on the inner half, goes to the outside in the 0-1. Well ahead, 0-2, definitely a strikeout situation. The pitch on the way is a swing and a miss at a high fastball. Buenos dias, buenos tardes, y buenos noches, Mr. McCabe. 2 down in the inning. Definitely what Thompson was looking for there. Unproductive out with 2 runners in scoring position. Now looks like we're going to see a pinch hitter. I believe this is Colbush. Yes, it is. So Colbush hitting in place of Zerbrug. Colbush, who we saw start last night, first pitch on the way is outside for ball 1. So it's Derek Colbush in the box, batting in place of Zerbrug. Not sure if this will be a designated pinch hit scenario. Could see Zerbrug go back out onto the field defensively for the next half inning via the Pioneer League rules. The 1-0 pitch from Thompson misses the outside, makes the count 2 balls and no strikes. So Colbush called upon in this situation. Rookie out of Nebraska Wesleyan. Here now in 3 games, he's 2 for 9 in action thus far with Great Falls. 2-0 is the count to Colbush. The 2-0 from Thompson is a ground ball right side, off the glove of Boning and into right field. That's going to lead to a pair more runs as the Voyagers now have a 3-run lead. 6-3 now the score. Once again, a big swing with 2 outs hurts the Paddleheads. Just getting off the tip of the glove. Did just get leather on it, did Boning at second. He dove trying to keep it on the infield, but couldn't quite get to it. As Adam Oviedo will now step in, all of those runs will be charged to Croson, the starter. Can now close the book on him. 6 runs, all charged to the left-hander. So the batter will now be Adam Oviedo with a man on at first. Pitch on the way from Thompson, called strike. Delayed call on that fastball. I was anticipating that pitch being called a strike based on where it went in. Looks like a well-placed fastball at the knees. That's exactly how it was called. Adam Oviedo in the contest is 0 for 2 with a strikeout. 0-1 on the way. Low and outside with a breaking ball evens up the count. But another big swing with 2 outs. It's been the last 3 nights where the Voyagers just keep coming up big in these 2-out situations. Saw Nick Emanuel a big swing in game 2. Late in the game was the difference. An RBI hit. 1-1 pitch, swing and a tapper. In front of the mound will be fielded by Perez. Throws to first in time to get Oviedo for the final out of the inning. But not before the Voyagers strike for 3. The big swing, a 2 RBI single from a pinch hitter, Derek Colbush. Score now 6-3 as we head to the bottom half of the inning here on ESPN Radio 102.9 and GoPaddleheads.com. Peanut inning coming up next.
At Western Cider, it's all about great cider, good times, and community. As the official cider of the Paddleheads, Western Cider has a game day deal that can't be beat. Stop by the tasting room on any home game day. Show your game ticket, buy 1 cider and get 1 free. Kick back and enjoy a cheese or charcuterie plate with your cider. Then take a quick walk over the California Street Bridge to cheer on the Paddleheads. Western Cider, 501 North California Street, open 4 to 8 Monday through Thursday, and noon to 8 Friday through Sunday.
Go inside the world's most popular sport with ESPN Missoula's new podcast, Soccer and Stone Smoke. Join me, Andrew Houghton, for interviews, analysis, and stories from all around the world of soccer, with a particular focus on what's happening with the beautiful game right here in Missoula.
The last World Cup qualifier in El Salvador, we have a police escort with the bus. And the stadium is really in downtown, and so it becomes very tight streets there. So as we're kind of going through the city, the fans are thinking, well, there's the team, U.S. team. And so we get a few waves and a few waves with the middle finger and so forth. And then all of a sudden it gets to the tight streets, and now the bus isn't moving so quick. And you start getting the people knocking on the sides of the doors, rocking the bus a little bit. Inside the stadium, it was great. They couldn't have been nicer. But those moments where you're thinking, you feel like you're safe, but put you on edge a little.
You can find Soccer and Snow and Smoke on Spotify and all your other podcast platforms. And make sure to catch the Footy 15 twice a month on Nuanez Now, 4 to 6 p.m. every weekday, only on ESPN 102.9 Missoula.
Away from your radio? Stream Paddlehead Baseball live on 1029ESPN.com. Now back to the ballpark.
Turning into the action here, 3-run contest. Voyagers take the lead in the top half of the inning. Got a little ahead of myself, said the peanut inning was coming up. That's the next frame. We're in the bottom half of the 5th. Lamar Sparks, Cam Thompson, and Jason Newman due up in this half frame. Sparks, a big swing his last time. He tied the game with a 2-run shot back in the 3rd. 0-1, pitch on the way from Oviedo. Sharp ground ball right to Oviedo. Throw on the way is in time to get Sparks for the first out. Said Oviedo on the mound. Arevalo on the mound. Oviedo at short. Pretty close last names. Easy to get them mixed up. But that is the first out of the inning as Sparks hits one on the screws, but right to the Voyager shortstop. As Cam Thompson will now jump into the box. Thompson double down the left field line, and his last at bat is 1 for 2 in the game. Trying to get things rolling again for the offense. First pitch on the way, taken for a strike on the outside part of the plate from Pablo Arevalo. Pitch count for the right-hander sits at 65 now. 4 1/3. It's given up 4 hits. Walk, a hit batsman. The 0-1 delivery on the way is fouled off to the left. Count quickly 0-2 on Thompson. One thing Arevalo has done a good job of is when his team gives him some run support, he's done a good job getting his team back into the dugout quickly. The 0-2 pitch to Thompson, low and outside, blocked by Crabby. Nobody on base, inconsequential. Count runs to a ball and 2 strikes now to Cam Thompson. One ball and 2 strikes the count. Looking around at some other action around the league. The 1-2 pitch on the way is a line drive right to the second baseman, Atwood. So 2 well-struck baseballs in this inning for the Paddleheads, but right into the defense. Base is empty, 2 gone. That will send Jason Newman into the box. Already one final score to report out of the Southern Division. Northern Colorado Owls get by the Rocky Mountain Vibes 11-6. Action in the 7th inning sees the Ogden Raptors leading the Boise Hawks 9-3. Again, Mustangs and Range Riders got underway, but some weather postponed that game, so they'll continue on there tomorrow with a doubleheader of sorts. Finish up the game from the previous night and then play a 7-inning game after that, the scheduled game. The 1-0 pitch to Jason Newman is outside for ball 2. Play ended suspended with Billings leading 3-0. They have just completely hammered the Range Riders in the first 2 games and lead early on there in this next one. Last 2 games over the Range Riders, they've outscored Glacier. Now, with action tonight as well, the 2-0 broken bat, little flare into left field. That one's going to get down off the bat of Newman. When you're hot, you're hot. second hit of the night for Newman. He's now 2 for 3 as that will continue the inning on for Nick Gatewood. But again, touching on the dominance of Billings over the Range Riders, Glacier had been outscored going into that game 21-1 in the first two. Now, with continuing action here tonight in game 3 of that set, now 24-1. Yikes for the Range Riders, who had a pretty good start to the season. Starting things off at 5-2. First pitch on the way to Nick Gatewood is outside for ball 1. Nice swing of the bat for Nick Gatewood. A double in dead center field, got over the head of Zane Zerbrug in center. The 1-0 pitch, Newman on at first. There's a swing and a line drive left center field. This one's going to get down for a base hit. Newman's going to round the bag and head for third as the ball was bobbled out in left center field. So a little two-out thunder from the Paddleheads. 2 hits in the game for Nick Gatewood. And good song choice as there was an error made out in the outfield that allowed Newman to advance to third base. Drop it like it's hot. Like it. Very good timing there. So now Keaton Greenwald will jump into the box with a couple of runners on. Touched on the success of Great Falls with 2 outs in the last couple of games. Greenwald's the chance here to give the Voyagers a little taste of their own medicine here in the bottom of the 5th inning. And the reason why we're at this point in the game, this time in the night, we're in a weather delay for over an hour. First pitch on the way to Greenwald is good take and a pitch off the plate away. Nasty pitch to start the at-bat off. Breaking ball. But Greenwald spit on it. First pitch in the at-bat. Good way to start. Jump ahead 1-0. Newman at third. Gatewood at first. Aravalo set at the chest. Kicks and throws. Swing. And he chased it that time. Evens up the count. Aravalo, I believe, threw the same exact pitch in that 1-0 count. Greenwald let it go by for ball 1 the first time. Second time, couldn't help himself. Count even at a ball and a strike now. 2 outs in the inning. 6-3 advantage for Great Falls here in the top of the 6th. The 1-1 pitch from Aravalo is popped up, foul ground, first base side. Jepson racing over, and this one is just on top of the Great Falls dugout. Jepson and Crabby, the catcher, and first baseman were screaming over there, hoping to get a chance to snag it to end the frame. Greenwald sees the ball land harmlessly on top of that concrete dugout on the first base side. A ball and 2 strikes now, the count to Greenwald. Going to have to get tough here now in this at-bat. Aravalo hanging that right arm down. Got 4 strikeouts to this point. The 1-2 from Aravalo is low and outside. Runner taking off towards second is Gatewood. Now Newman's going to try to come home and score, and he does. So a little bit of small ball put in play by the Paddleheads. Double steal sees the Paddleheads bring in a run. Now a 2-run game at 6-4. That's the second time I've seen Michael Schlack pull that one out this year. Where Gatewood took off towards second, the throw went down to second base, and Newman, once the throw went down to second, raced home from third. Greenwald now in an even 2-2 count. With a man on at second, it's Gatewood. Missoula does find some answer after the 3-run rally in the top half of the inning. 2-2 count. Aravalo. Long pause, delivery. Takes that one, I believe, down low. They'll appeal to second. Yes, Greenwald kept the bat back. Tried to softball him again with a breaking ball off the plate away. Greenwald wagged his finger at it. No. Not going after that. Count now full at 3-2 with 2 outs. First base is open. Ray Jones on deck. 3-2, big pitch here. Greenwald representing the tying run at the plate. Here's the payoff on the way. This one lifted, deep left field, way back there at the wall. It is gone. Keaton Greenwald on a 3-2 pitch ties the game with a 2-run dinger. What a big swing of the bat that was. The Paddleheads come right back with 3 runs in the bottom of the 5th inning to knock this game up at 6. First home run of the year for Greenwald. No doubt about it from the second. That one left his bat and break out the paddle in the hat. What a huge swing. Great battle back from Missoula in this inning. After watching the Voyagers get a little rally going with 2 outs, a gut punch, but Missoula has a counter in the bottom of the inning. Here's Ray Jones. First pitch to him. Grounded sharply. First base side foul. 0-1. What a good time for Greenwald to pick up his first home run of the year. For Greenwald, that's RBI number 8 and 9. And his first homer. 0-1. Hit pretty well into right center field. Going back at Zerbrug. At the warning track. Reaching up. Did he get it? Yes, he did in right center field. Up against the wall. Ray Jones gives it a ride. But a nice play made in center by Zerbrug, and that's the end of the frame. But thanks to Keaton Greenwald, a big swing with 2 outs. He ties the game at 6, and we are headed to the top of the 6th. You are listening and watching Paddleheads Baseball on ESPN Radio Missoula and GoPaddleheads.com.
Satisfaction is guaranteed when you choose Missoula Realty. Locally owned and operated, the team at Missoula Realty has over 100 years of combined experience. As the old saying goes, it takes a village. And in this real estate market, it takes a team. See the difference a team can make. Call Missoula Realty today. Missoula Realty has a solution for every single client, from the experienced investor to the first-time homebuyer. But hey, don't take our word for it. Read unfiltered testimonials and reviews from our past clients online at ratedagent.com. Missoula Realty, 406-549-0094.
We know getting your student to graduation can feel like a long road. At Montana Youth Challenge Academy, your child can get past common distractions and focus on their future. Our partnerships with Montana high schools create a variety of pathways to graduation. We offer academic, professional, and life coping skills within the structured environment students need for success. It won't be easy, but it will be worth it. Try a different path. Apply to our cost-free program at mycacademy.org.
Brought to you by Montana Youth Challenge Academy and this station.
In Italian, tagliere means to cut in two. How fitting, because when you visit Tagliere Deli, Missoula's best sandwiches are so mountainous, you'll certainly need to cut them in half. From the Food Network to the best of Missoula, the public has spoken, and Tagliere Deli in Missoula has the best sandwiches in the entire Garden City. If you haven't tried Tagliere or you're craving a delicious sandwich, either stop into the deli located next to the roundabout at Higgins and Beckwith, or tune in to Nuanez Now every Tuesday for your chance to win. Tagliere Deli and ESPN Missoula providing you free sandwiches every Tuesday.
ESPN Radio for Western Montana, KKVU HD3 Stevensville, and 102.9 FM on K275BS Missoula. This is live play-by-play on 102.9 ESPN Missoula, your home of the Missoula Paddleheads.
Returning in here in the 6th inning in a tie ball game. The long ball, big weapon in this one. That's something that's been starting to show up more the last couple of nights. The home run ball is starting to become a little bit more of a common thing. 3 homers last night as a team, 2 dingers already. With Keaton Greenwald tying the ball game up. Big swing, a 2-run shot with 2 outs. We got a tie game at 6. It will be Cody Thompson back out there in this half. I would imagine the Voyagers will most likely go to the pen as well in the bottom half of the 6th inning, with Aravalo getting knocked around a bit in that 5th. Left-handed batting Jake Malik swings and fouls the first pitch back he sees. So Malik starting this inning off, top of the order for Great Falls. Malik, Atwood, and Deeb. 1, 2, 3. Jake Malik so far is 0 for 1 with a walk. 0-1 pitch from Thompson on the way. This one dips down below the knees, evens up the count. 6 runs on 7 hits for Missoula. 6 runs on 10 hits for Great Falls. 1 error for both clubs as well. Pride Night fans are getting a show. Had to wait a little bit for it with that rain delay to start things off. 1-1 pitch is just low. Makes the count 2-1. But been battling back and forth. Fans have gotten what they signed up for. Had kind of a fun in-between inning game take place as well. The 2-1 pitch is fouled. Kind of a new game. Very unique. Really, the only way to break it down is just describe how they play. They got football helmets, okay? They put very long, spiky nails on the top. And then they get baloney, you know, like Oscar Mayer baloney, you know, the cold cut. 2-2 pitch is taken. Strike 3 on the outside corner. See you later. 1 out here in the top of the 6th. So you get the baloney. You get somebody up high, like up on the concourse, set up somebody low with that crazy horn-looking thing, the helmet. The objective is to get the baloney to spike through the top of the helmet. You count up how many you got, get 2 against each other, and then you get a winner, whoever has the most. First pitch to Andy Atwood, poured in, strike, fastball at the knees. That one had some mustard on it, 0-1. Somebody in between innings, in a short amount of time, was able to get 8 slices of bologna through those spikes. The 0-1 pitch, foul. Fastball in on the hands, 0-2 count now to Atwood, who was 0 for 3 with a K. Tie game at 6, top 6, 1 out, bases empty. One thing Thompson does, finally gets a leadoff man out. The Voyagers had seen the leadoff man get on in 4 consecutive innings, 2 through 5. Each inning they had a runner on. 0-2, target away from Perez. Here it comes from Thompson. Foul back with a fastball. Belt high on the outer half. But 8 pieces of bologna. That was impressive. I mean, that's too much for one sandwich. I mean, you're looking for a monster sandwich, maybe 8 pieces of bologna, but that's a lot. Man. Never really been a big bologna guy. 1-2 the count with 1 out. Pitch on the way is foul back. We probably just haven't really had it the right way. No, in some ways of cooking, it's used pretty heavily. No, southern cooking, you'll see bologna quite a bit. Kind of that classic fried bologna sandwich. You'll see it a lot in Hawaiian food as well. Or a different, I guess you can't really call Spam bologna. It's kind of in the same category, I guess, but a little different. The 1-2 pitch with 1 out is popped up foul. First base side, Newman gives chase, but it's into the first couple rows of the stands. I would think the way to have bologna would be to get some good stuff from a delicatessen, get a bologna that's made well, then slice it up thick, get it on the flat top with some butter, and just pretty basic, you know, maybe some onions, maybe some type of a relish, a little cheese, fry it up real nice. Maybe it wouldn't be too bad. 1-2 to Atwood with 1 out. Pitch to Thompson on the way is in on the hands, spoils it foul. And how that bat stayed intact, I have no idea. Because that was a fastball in on the hands. Kind of got right by the handle of the bat. got a lot of working against you, but for now, Atwood's bat is intact. Behind in the count, 1-2. Michael Deeb on deck. Bases empty, 1 out in a tie game in the top of the 6th. Thompson set up on the left side of the rubber. Target outside from Perez. The 1-2 pitch is tapped. Left side, coming in on it is Thompson, and he will not make a throw to first. Had some crazy English on it. Not sure how it stayed fair on the third base side. But Atwood, who seemed to be in a tough battle, just kind of staying alive, so to speak, puts it in play and gets on base for his first hit of the night. That will bring Michael Deeb into the box. Speaking of making weak contact, Michael Deeb has hit the ball softly 3 times and has 3 hits to show for it. 3 for 3. Touched on how he'd been struggling offensively coming into the game tonight. But sometimes maybe that's how you get going. Get a couple go your way as Deeb swings at the first pitch and fouls it off. 0-1. Mentioned Deeb's connection to Notre Dame football, but also was in the offseason cast member with the Savannah Bananas, kind of that social media big hit. Savannah Bananas, they play a form of baseball, but it's really more about the show than it is about the game on the field. As bluffing towards second is Atwood, he's able to slide back into the bag. That was a risk. If Thompson saw that a split second sooner, Atwood would have been dead meat, picked off at first. And that's exactly what you don't want to do to record a second out in the inning. Kind of take the wind out of the sails, so to speak. But Atwood gets lucky. 0-1 pitch from Thompson is just slow for ball 1. Evens up the count at a ball and 1 strike. 6-6 tie in the top of the 6th. Peanut inning coming up. Missoula kind of building up some momentum. That 3-run rally in the 5th. They'd love to see this game stay tied for that peanut inning. Another throw over to first by Thompson sees Atwood dive back into the bag. Good ball game. Pretty well played. We've seen good at-bats on both sides. Clutch at-bats with 2 outs on both sides. What a battle between these two teams. 1-1, pitch on the way is swung on and missed at a pitch in the dirt. Makes the count a ball and 2 strikes. Deeb evidently thinking about a fastball in that sequence. Guess is wrong. It was way out in front of a pitch in the dirt. You gotta wonder what Deeb is thinking about in the box now after chasing one. Throw over to first. Ooh, Atwood almost got picked off. That was pretty close. 1-2 the count with 1 out. Atwood playing with fire over there at first. One and two, 1 out. Pitch to Deeb on the way is a slow roller to Boning. He flips to Watley on to first. 2, double play. 4-6-3. And just like that, the top of the 6th is in the books. Scoreless frame for the Paddleheads. Here comes the peanut inning. For real this time. Really, I'm not getting ahead of myself. 6-6 tie. Rolling along on a Friday night. It's getting late. Who cares? The weekend's here. Baseball season in full swing. 6-6 tie game here on 102.9 ESPN Radio and GoPaddleheads.com.
Hi, I'm Dave Lapham. I was motivated to have surgery because I can no longer do the things I love doing without the pain. I had a total knee joint replacement surgery, and I'm so happy with the care that I received. The surgery went so well, I was up and walking within a few hours and went home the next morning. I would recommend Missoula Bone & Joint to anybody who wants to keep being active without the constant pain. I loved having surgery at an outpatient setting so I could recover at home, and I can't wait to get back to my outdoor activities.
This is Missoula Paddlehead Baseball on 102.9 ESPN Radio.
Right back in here, ESPN Radio and GoPaddleheads.com. Here we go, the peanut inning in a tie game. Surprised to see this, but it's Aravallo going back out for the sixth. First pitch, line drive center field. Coming in on it is Zerbrug. He's there for out number one. That one a shot into dead center field. Right into the defense. Perez, loud contact. Mentioned surprised to see Aravallo back out there, not so much in terms of the pitch count, but just in the overall success of the Paddleheads offense. They've taken him out of the ballpark 3 times, but also touched on the inconsistencies of that Great Falls pen as well. First pitch from Aravallo is a called strike on the outside. 0-1 the count. Brandon Boning was hit by a pitch his last time in the box. 0-1. Watley in the top of the order coming up next. Here comes the 0-1 from Aravallo, fouled off to the right. There's some action going in the Paddlehead pen. The hard-throwing Dan Swain is up in the Paddlehead pen, the former Osprey. And man, did he look good in his last outing in game 1 of this series. It was a scoreless 8th inning. The Paddleheads 4-2 win over Great Falls. Struck out the side, faced 3 batters and struck them all out. 0-2. Pitch to Boning is on the inside corner for strike 3. Breaking ball gets him looking. So, Aravallo hanging tough to start the bottom of the 6th. But now the top of the order coming up. That is strikeout number 5 for Aravallo on the mound. All 6 runs have been earned against Aravallo tonight for Missoula. Starter Croson went 4 1/3 for the Paddleheads. Start the night for Missoula. First pitch on the way to Watley, a called strike. I beg your pardon, was not 4 1/3. Did not get an out in the 5th inning. 9 hits allowed, 6 runs. They were all earned. 4 Ks for the left-hander. 0-1 to Kevin Watley is a line drive base hit to right field. On a couple of hops will be played by Malik, so Watley keeps the inning alive. First hit of the night as well for Kevin Watley. Moves to 1 for 4. And now Aravallo is going to have to deal with Lamar Sparks, who already has homered in this game. Another potential 2-out opportunity. Saw the big swing by Greenwald in the 5th inning, a 2-run blast to tie the game. Now Sparks will look to do something here with a man on at first with pretty good speed. Watley there. 6-6 tie in the bottom of the 6th. Aravallo ready and throwing. This one brushes Sparks off the plate, away from the plate, inside, count 1 ball and no strikes. Jeez. You think Sammy B wants peanuts? Yes, he does. He looks at me and winks. The 1-0 pitch is outside. 2 ball, no strike count. Just letting the peanut inning breathe a little bit there. Oh my goodness. 2-0 the count with 2 outs. Sparks waiting. Aravallo finally throws. This one is a called strike on the outside. Sparks kind of shakes his head. I don't think he was unhappy with the call. I think he's unhappy he didn't let it rip. That thing looked to be knee high or just a bit above it. right on a platter for him to rip it. 2-1 on the way. Is the ball hit hard right to the second baseman, Atwood, for out number 3. So Arevalo gets through 6. Scoreless. This game stays tied at 6 as we roll on to the top of the 7th inning.
Hey, we've all been there. You're in the middle of something important, and then boom, power goes out. But what if it didn't? What if you skipped the candles and flashlights and just carried on with your day? With a Kohler generator, your power stays on even when the utility power goes out. So your food stays fresh, your home stays powered, and you stay happy.
Get a reliable Kohler generator at Remote Power Systems.
Missoula Bone and Joints Outpatient Surgery Center on Mullen Road provides excellent surgical care for injuries and conditions of any joint, neck to toe, including total joint surgeries. Our patients say our facility is top-notch, and the attentive and knowledgeable staff facilitates the best surgery experience. With our advanced pain management techniques, most patients go home the same day. However, 6 overnight suites are available if needed. Missoula Bone and Joint. Quality care from people who care.
Through your children's eyes to see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating world.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Back to live local play-by-play on 102.9 ESPN Missoula.
Top of the 7th is about to begin here on 102.9 ESPN Radio and GoPaddleheads.com. Tie game. Back and forth affair. Both teams have led at one point in the game. Tyler Crabby will lead things off. This weekend in the Garden City is just getting started here at the ballpark, Allegiance Field, Ogren Park. Very fun night lined up tomorrow, Star Wars night. I know Sammy B is very excited for that one. I understand he even has a legit lightsaber he's going to be bringing out to the yard tomorrow. The ballpark will also be broken into the light versus dark side. There will be interactive games going on through the ball game to keep everybody in that intergalactic mood, I guess you could say. The Paddleheads will also be wearing special Star Wars-themed uniforms. Baby Yoda's right on the front from the Mandalorian series. That really was a pretty well-done show. Even if you're not a huge Star Wars fan, but Star Wars night tomorrow, come on out to the yard. GoPaddleheads.com. Tyler Crabby in the box to lead things off against the hard-throwing Dan Swain. Mentioned looked great his last time out against Scrape Falls. First pitch on the way is up high with a fastball. Makes count 1-0 to Crabby, who is 1 for 2 so far in the game. Crabby was part of that 3-run rally in the 5th that saw Great Falls take their largest lead of the night, only to watch Missoula come right back in the bottom half. 1-0 pitch to Crabby. Swung on and missed. We saw Swain kind of feature 2 pitches, that hard fastball and a power curve, nasty breaking ball. That was maybe the more impressive weapon. Yes, the high velocity, very impressive, but the break on that pitch was just dominant, just tough to handle. I would have 0 chance trying to hit that. Of course, these guys more equipped than myself. I struggled hitting the ball in Little League. My boy. 1-1. Crabby waiting. Pitch from Swain. Fastball just outside. Perez tried to frame it up on the outer half. That one was clearly a bit off the plate. 2-1 the count to Crabby. Crabby, Jepson, and Rungey. 4-5-6 this half inning for the Voyagers in the top of the 7th. Conditions calmed down. We saw some light showers earlier. Now very calm. 2-1. Swain delivers the pitch. There's that breaking ball. Didn't get the call. on the outside. That was a great pitch from Swain. Maybe the umpire even got fooled there. That one looked to be on the outside corner, but didn't get the call. Crabby now in the driver's seat in a 3-1 count, trying to get himself on base. Lead off this inning. Three ball, one strike count to Crabby. See what Swain decides to do here. Crabby waits, slowly moving the bat. 3-1 pitch, check swing, fastball high, didn't go around. That's ball 4. Relatively easy take, and Crabby will take the walk to first. This could be a spot where you see Tommy Thompson use a designated pinch runner, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Looks like it's going to be Tavis Brunson, outfielder, running for Crabby at first. And this will most likely be the designated pinch runner being used right here. And that will send the smoking hot Riley Jepson into the box. Jepson now, multi-hit games in 3 straight. Opposite the Paddleheads. Came into tonight in his last 3 couple games, 2 games, 5 for 8, 2 for 3 here. So now 7 for 11. 7 for 10, rather. Can't do math. Either way, just absurd numbers for Jepson in his last couple of games. And also has looked good at first as well. A couple of plays in this game on. He had one where he lunged out on a wide throw, kept his foot on the back of the bag. Then on a throw across earlier in the game from McCabe, it was up the line. Jepson was able to get off the bag and reach back to tag the runner on his way by. All around, just great performance for Jepson. No other way to say it. Tavis Brunson, a ton of speed on at first. The pinch runner. First pitch to Jepson is swung on and fouled off to the left. That's been the thing with Jepson also. Very aggressive early in the count. He's been very successful attacking pitches early in the count. Lacing line drives all over the place. Seen him do just about everything. Extra base hits, home runs. Situational hitting. 0-1. Throw over from Swain to check on Brunson. Knotted up at 6 here in the top of the 7th inning. 6 runs on 8 hits for Missoula. 6 runs on 11 hits for Great Falls. Star Wars night tomorrow. Then a Sunday matinee affair to wrap up the 6-game slate. To wrap up the weekend before 2 days off for Missoula. The 0-1 on its way to Riley Jepson. Fastball up above the belt. Evens up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Rungey on deck for Great Falls. And this is a big spot in this inning with Jepson up. Leadoff man on. What a big out this would be for Swain to send this guy back to the dugout. Something that very few have been able to do the last couple of games. 1-1, Jepson waiting. Here it comes from Swain. Breaking ball, misses high. Makes the count 2 balls and a strike. Swain has been behind in the count to both the batters he's faced so far. Walking Crabby, who batted in this inning, and then was taken off the bags for the speedy Brunson. But imagine Crabby will go back in the game the next half inning. 2-1 the count to Jepson as Swain sets up high and delivers. This one looks like came out of his hand wrong and missed low. 3 ball, 1 strike count. Swain in danger of putting 2 on for free in this half inning. Surely not the way the right-hander wanted to start this frame. Great Falls has been plenty productive as it is. Swinging the bat. Don't want to set him up for free. Trouble now against the dangerous Jepson in a 3-1 count. pitch from Swain coming. Not close, way up above the belt. Easy take, and there are 2 men on 2 consecutive walks. That's going to bring Michael Schlack out of the dugout. Try to calm the right-hander down. Batter will be Rungey, Colin Rungey, after the conclusion of this conversation. We've gone back and forth with the lead. Both teams have had it. Missoula led 1-0 after the bottom of the first, only to watch Great Falls tie it back up at 1. Great Falls would then lead by 2 at 3-1. Watch the Paddleheads tie it up at 3-3. Fast forward a couple of innings to the 5th. Great Falls putting 3 runs on the board. The big swing in the inning was a 2 RBI single with 2 outs from Colbush, the pinch hitter, who hit for Zane Zerbrug in the inning. After the conversation, now back to the action. Colin Rungey now into the box. See if Swain can hone it in this half inning. Checking on the runner, Brunson at second, Jepson at first. First pitch here is inside with a curveball. Apparently, Swain is unhappy with the call, throwing his hands in the air, thinking that would be a called strike. And that's the second time in this outing where Swain is, he thought, poured in a breaking ball for a strike and hasn't gotten the call. When you're struggling on the mound, just find the strike zone, 2 walks in a row. That's going to really rub you the wrong way. Would in really any situation. 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Goes after the breaking ball. It looked to be off the plate. That time to even up the count at a ball and a strike. One ball and 1 strike now, the count to Rungey. Playing a bit in is Thompson at third. Just about parallel to the bag, maybe a bit in front of it. 1-1, pitch from Swain. Fastball, strike on the outside corner. Good pitch there. Makes the count a ball and 2 strikes. Rungey does run pretty well. A little bit of a pun there. So going to be tough to double him off. Middle infield still playing close to the second base bag. Watley just to the left of it, very close to the bag. 1-2, pitch to Rungey. Swing and a ball, hit foul down the left field line. A high chopper over by Tommy Thompson, who stands in the third base coach's box. Started in the short sleeve, now has gone to the hoodie. We've kind of gone deep into the night, now past the 11 o'clock hour, local time here in Missoula. A ball and 2 strikes is the count to Colin Rungey, with nobody out and 2 men on. Swain looking behind him at the runner at second, Brunson. Pitch on the way. This one a line drive up the middle, and this is going to be played on a hop by Sparks. They're going to stop the runner at third. Brunson had to wait to see if Sparks would track that ball down. But now the bases are loaded with nobody out. This inning just has not gone Swain's way. 3 batters, 3 base runners. And now the Voyagers are set up for a crooked number. Paddleheads have avoided it to this point. 7th inning did the trick last night. Now the Voyagers looking to break a 6-6 tie. This inning have the game tied at this point. Bases loaded and nobody out. Open stance for Eddie McCabe in the box. Playing in at the corners are Newman and Thompson. First pitch from Swain. Curveball off the plate away. 1-0. McCabe, a couple of hits. An RBI as well. got Great Falls on the board, an RBI single back in the second inning. Chance to do a whole lot more damage here. 1-0 is the count. Pitch from Swain is taken, not close again. 2-0 the count. Just hasn't had the feel for it in this half inning. There is no help coming from that bullpen. There is nobody throwing. Swain is going to have to try to find something. Try to stay out of a big inning. McCabe in the driver's seat, ahead 2-0. Swain delivers. This one not close again. 3-0, fastball way up high. Now is in a world of trouble, in danger of walking his third batter of this inning. That would walk in a run and give the Voyagers the lead once again at 7-6. There's still nobody out in the inning. 3-0. Cabe will be taking all the way, most likely. He watches this one go by for ball 4. None of those pitches were even close, as Tavis Brunson will tap home, and Great Falls now leads again at 7-6. This will now start some action up in the bullpen, as Peter Baer just got up in the Missoula pen. Now coming up for the second time will be Colbush. Colbush was brought in for a pinch hitter, came up big, part of that 3-run rally in the 5th. Derek Colbush, a 2 RBI single, stayed in the game in place of Zerbrug. Now a chance to do a whole lot of damage with the bases loaded. Swain delivers the first pitch, swing and a miss at a fastball. Bottom part of the zone makes the count 0-1. Peter Baer, reliever, just signed this week. Appeared 2 nights ago. Pitched an inning, gave up a run in his Paddleheads debut. Pitcher formerly of the A's system. The 0-1 pitch to Colbush. Curveball, missed. Evens up the count at a ball and a strike. That pitch may be a hair bit above the belt. 2 ball, 1 strike count. As umpire got the scoreboard to be changed. Why he stopped play for a moment. It's 1-1 up on the scoreboard, now 2-1, as it correctly is. Swain pitching here with the bases loaded and nobody out. The 2-1 delivery is fouled straight back. Fastball on the inside part of the plate. Even count at 2. When you're trying to work through something, getting one out is obviously one step in the right direction. Swain's job here is to try to limit the damage the best he can. Not doing himself any favors whatsoever. Walking 3 batters in this inning. 1 base hit as well for the Voyagers. 1-2 to Colbush. Oviedo to follow. The 1-2 on the way is in on the hands, fouled off to the left. Kind of fisting that one on the third base side was Colbush to stay alive. Back and forth these two teams have gone. And will continue to go deep into the night here in Missoula. Type of battle doesn't really feel. I've mentioned this a few times, these two teams getting together. These battles haven't seemed like early season contests. Definitely can tell that these are divisional rivals, the way they've been battling day in and day out last couple games. The 1-2 pitch from Swain in the dirt, blocked by Perez. Good stop there by Perez to make sure didn't get by him, give the Voyagers another opportunity to get a run hunt home. It is Jepson at third, Rungey at first, and McCabe Rungey at second, and McCabe at first. 2-ball, 2-strike count to Derek Colbush. Pitch from Swain on the way. Breaking ball, strike 3 called on the outside corner. Finally gets the call with one of those breakers. That is out number 1 in this half inning. That will bring Adam Oviedo into the box with 1 out and the bases loaded. Oviedo now batting with the bases loaded and 1 out. Does have good speed in the box, so relatively tough to double him off. Is hitless, however, 0 for 3. Paddlehead still would love to see a ground ball. First pitch is a fastball there for strike 1. All of a sudden, it seems like Swain's starting to figure it out there. Sometimes not how you start, it's how you finish. Swain trying to stay tough, keep this at a 1-run game. Voyagers 1 run in this inning to this point. They lead 7-6 in the top of the 7th. 0-1 pitch from Swain on the way. Swing and a miss. Throw back to first, and safe at first is McCabe. Throw down from Perez after that pitch. That was a risky play by Henderson Perez. Type of situation, that ball gets by Newman. It's disaster, rolling down the right field line. Count is 0-2 on Oviedo. Definitely a strikeout situation. Swain trying to put out a fire in this inning. The 0-2 pitch on the way. This one fouled off the end of the bat. Pitch on the outer half. Oviedo is able to cover it to stay alive. Count remains 0-2 on the Voyagers shortstop. Bear looks just about ready to go in the Paddleheads' pen if need be in this inning. 0-2 the count to Oviedo. Perez sets up outside. Swain delivers the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss at a fastball on the outside for out number 2. 2 strikeouts in a row for Swain. Will he navigate his way out of this inning, just allowing the 1 run? He'll have to go through at least 1 man in the top of the order to try to do that. It's Jake Malik now stepping into the box. Hitless so far as Malik, 0 for 2, struck out his last time. And what is a 7-6 ball game? This inning could not have started any worse for Swain. First pitch on the way. Swing and a miss by Malik. Fastball on the inside, 0-1. A base hit and 3 walks. That's how this inning started. Run coming in to score on a bases-loaded walk. You're thinking, oh boy, here we go. But give Swain credit. He's buckled down. He's got a couple of outs, couple of strikeouts. Now is a chance to get out of this, just allowing the 1 run. Malik waiting on the 0-1. The pitch. Breaking ball. Strike on the outside. Poured it in right at the knees. Give Swain credit. Showing some mental resolve here. Chance now to strike out the side. 0-2 to Malik. Has the whole playbook available. What's he going to do? Target outside. Sets up high. 0-2. Swain throws. Check swing at a high fastball. Didn't go around. That was close. Woof. From the naked eye, I thought he went around. I thought that was strike 3 in the end of the inning. End of the inning. Malik apparently just keeps the bat back. 1-2 with 2 away. Target in from Perez. Swain ready for the 1-2. Breaking ball just misses inside. Very close, didn't get the call. just in to Jake Malik. Bases are loaded, so that shifts a little bit of the pressure on to Swain with the bases loaded. 2 outs. Atwood would hit next for Great Falls if this inning rolls along. 2-2, Swain delivers. Breaking ball, strike 3 called on the outside corner. Swain gets out of the jam. 1 run comes in, but Swain avoids disaster in the top of the 7th. 7-6 the score. Voyagers leave them loaded. We're headed to the 7th inning stretch. Thanks for rolling along with us here on a Friday night in Missoula. We got more action coming up from the ballpark after this.
Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer Equipment is a local, family-owned business and proud sponsor of Missoula PaddleHeads baseball. Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer carries a wide variety of truck and trailer accessories, gooseneck and dump equipment. Anytime you want to maximize your flatbed, have hauling needs, require specialized fabrication, or need trailer repair, get the job done right. For professional advice, go to the experts at Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer Equipment, 5680 Expressway in Missoula, or check out their inventory at www.rmtte.com.
The Well Women's Business Center is looking to fill 2 AmeriCorps Vista Service positions. The Well WBC wants to help build your professional portfolio while you give back to the state of Montana. Positions include Community Outreach Coordinator and Online Community Coordinator. Don't let a lack of professional experience of training hold you back from applying. The Well WBC is looking for recent graduates to help build professional experience with a priority on flexibility, working from home and support. Learn more online at wellwbc.org under careers.
Last week on the ESPN Roundtable, Montana Grizz linebackers Jace Lewis and Marcus Wellnell joined Colter Nuanez in studio.
Well, the defense, I mean, you say that every year is well, how are we going to replace these guys, but Coach Barron, the rest of the defensive staff always does, and they just reload and keep the defense at the highest level they can. So it's always fun to watch and see how well they succeed, and they'll be a solid defense again this year.
Tune in to the ESPN Roundtable every Wednesday in the 5 o'clock hour on Nuanez Now. Brought to you by Paradise Falls.
We now return to Paddlehead Play-by-Play on ESPN Radio.
Back here, ESPN Radio 1029 and GoPaddleheads.com. Bottom of the 7th begins with a new pitcher out there. It's the southpaw Quincy Jones taking the ball for manager Tommy Thompson. Predominantly was a starter last year. 17 appearances, 16 of those last season were starts, but Jones going into a little bit more of a utility role. Saw Tommy Thompson do this last night as well with C.J. DeBose, typically a starter, got an inning of work last night. So it's Jones taking the ball here. Makes sense to bring Jones out here with left-handed batting Cam Thompson coming up to start this thing off in the bottom of the 7th. 7-6 ball game. The Voyagers lead it. Jones delivers the first pitch, swing and a miss on the inside part of the plate. Mentioned Jones's experience last year with the Voyagers. This is Jones's 3rd appearance of the season, 2nd against Missoula. 0-1. That one on the inside again, swung through again by Thompson. Count quickly, 0-2 on Cam Thompson. Jones, last time he faced Missoula, was out there as a starting pitcher back in the game on May the 30th. 0-2 pitch taken outside, apparently. Tyler Crabby was starting to go into throw it around the horn routine on a strikeout. They didn't get the call. There were a few pitches in the last inning as well that Missoula was miffed that they weren't called strikes. Now the Voyagers unhappy with the zone as the 1-2 misses up and in. Jones pitched back on May 30th, series at Centene Stadium, went 4 1/3, gave up 6 hits, 5 runs, 4 of those runs earned. 6 1/3, 7 strikeouts thus far for the left-hander Jones. Stands tall on the mound, the 2-2 to Cam Thompson, swing and a miss at a breaking ball down below the knees. Thompson goes down on strikes for the first out of the 7th inning. That will send Jason Newman into the box. Another strong night swinging the bat for Newman. 2 for 3 tonight. 3 consecutive multi-hit games for Newman. Put Missoula out in front in the first inning with a triple into right center field. Jones keeps the leadoff man off the bases, though. It's Newman, a big swing at the first pitch. On a fastball in the outer half, came up empty, 0-1. Bear continues to throw. In the Missoula pen, looks like Peter Bear is going to come on for the 8th. As the 0-1 almost hits Newman. Breaking ball on the inside evens up the count. Newman didn't hardly move an inch. That breaker on the inside. Looks like he would have been very content to let that one go off him to reach base. 1-1 pitch to Newman. Swing and a foul straight back. Newman kind of a glance out towards the pitcher's mound after that one from Jones. That doesn't rattle your cage a little bit. I don't know what will. Newman kind of looking over there like, I got you. 1-2 pitch. Swinging a ball, fouled at home plate. Newman, cruel intentions in this at-bat, taking big rips with his team trailing by 1. 7-6 in the bottom of the 7th. Great Falls scoring in the top half of this inning. But give credit to Dan Swain. That inning did not start the way he wanted to at all. Walked 3 guys. The 1-2 pitch swung on and missed at a pitch in the dirt. Newman is out on strikes for the second out. Good start for Quincy Jones. 2 Ks. Start this half inning off as Gatewood will now step into the box. Great night so far for Nick Gatewood. 2 for 3 is Gatewood. So the guys in the middle of the order, Gatewood and Newman, doing their job, both multi-hit games. First pitch on the way to Gatewood. Fastball, strike 1 on the outer half. 0-1 the count to Gatewood. Trying to get something started in this inning with 2 outs is Gatewood. Target away again. The 0-1 is off the plate. Evens up the count. Home run ball's been a big part of the success for Missoula with 3 of those. Man on deck, Greenwald has 1 of them. 1-1, look out. Fastball gets away from Jones. Goes sailing over the head of Gatewood in the left-hand batter's box. Touched on the thunderstorms and some light showers that came after that, so maybe a little bit of a damp baseball. Jones loses the handle. 2-1 the count to Gatewood. Pitch on its way. Fastball misses outside, makes the count 3-1. So Gatewood in the driver's seat now, ahead 3-1, can look for a pitch to drive here with the bases empty. The 3-1 offering to Gatewood, swung on and missed. Pitch on the inside. Full count now at 3-2. Quincy Jones looking for another strikeout, looking to strike out the side now in a full count. Jones works quickly, the payoff. Fastball below the knees for ball 4. Pretty close pitch there on the 3-2, but Gatewood draws the walk. And it keeps it alive for Keaton Greenwald. With 2 outs back in the 5th inning, Greenwald launched one to left field, his first homer of the season. That tied the game at 6. Back in the 5th inning, part of a 3-run rally. See what he can do here with 2 outs. So the man at first. First pitch to Greenwald. This one lifted right field. Shallow coming in on it and making the play as Malik on the move to end the frame. So a 2-out walk doesn't come back to bite Quincy Jones. It's through the 7th scoreless, and we are headed to the top of the 8th in a 1-run contest. 7-6 the score. Voyagers out in front on ESPN Radio Missoula and GoPaddleheads.com.
If you or someone you care about is living with memory loss, Missoula Aging Services is here for you. A variety of low-cost memory care support services are now available to help people in Missoula and Ravalli counties live with dignity and independence. If you have concerns about memory loss, call Missoula Aging Services at 728-7682 or visit our website at missoulaagingservices.org.
That is the 13th hit of the night for the Voyagers. Missoula has done well to compete and stick with it as best they can to keep themselves in the game. But at some point, somebody is going to have to get some consistent outs. Here's Michael Deeb. First pitch, below the knees for ball one. Michael Deeb, 3 bloop hits in his first 3 at-bats, is 3 for 4. As time is called, and Atwood is going to flip his protective gear over to Tommy Thompson. 1-0 the count to Michael Deeb. Seems like the Voyagers have lived with a runner on in scoring position in this one as the 1-0 dips down below the knees. But that leadoff double does. Leaves the door open for Riley Jepson. Will most likely have an RBI opportunity in this inning with his team already up by 1 in the top of the 8th. The 2-0. This one grounded up the middle past Boning and into right center field. That's going to bring a run in, and the Voyagers have tacked on another. It's 9-7. RBI single for Michael Deeb, now a 4-hit night. Get credit for that one, as that was a sharply hit ball past Boning, the second baseman. Is now an 8-6 game. As Tyler Crabby will step in with a man on at first and nobody out. So a double and single back-to-back. Right away, the Voyagers back on the board again as this offense just continues its torrid pace. Missoula's pitching got this series started off on the right foot in game one. Since then, it's been bombs away for this Great Falls offense. First pitch on the way from Bear, swing and a miss at a power breaking ball down below the knees. 0-1 now to Crabby. Crabby 1 for 2 with an RBI himself in the box, also has walked in the game. Runs on the board in the last 2 innings for Great Falls. Deeb at first, doesn't have a large lead, the 0-1. Another breaking ball, cut on and missed by Crabby. 0-2 now, the count to Tyler Crabby. Riley Jepson on deck. Set 13, 14 actually hits for Great Falls in the game. 0-2 the count to Tyler Crabby. Bear looking to stop the bleeding. The 0-2 on the way is in the dirt, blocked by Perez. Deeb now caught in between first and second. Throw back to second, and Deeb is able to get back safely. So Deeb kind of got a large lead away from the bag. The ball didn't go far enough away from Perez for him to advance. By the time the ball got back to Watley, Deeb had enough time to retreat back to the bag at first. So Deeb catches a big break there, not getting picked off. He remains at first. 1-2 now, the count to Crabby. Bear delivers. Fastball, strike 3 on the outside. Crabby can't believe it. He thought it was below the knees. I think he has a point. That one looked low to me as well from up here, quite honestly. But the Paddleheads will take it. That's the first out of the inning. But here comes the Paddlehead killer, Riley Jepson. 2 for 3 with an RBI. RBI hit his last time in the box. Loves to go after that first pitch. Here it comes from Bear. Check swing, called strike on the outside corner. 0-1 the count. I don't think Jepson liked that call either. But a run already in for the Great Falls Voyagers. Atwood a double, followed up by an RBI base hit from Michael Deeb, who stands at first. The 0-1 is past Perez. Off to the left, Deeb will saunter on down to second. That gives Jepson an RBI opportunity with a man in scoring position with 1 out. Voyagers trying to add on in this inning. Already up 2, 8-6 the score. Trying to win their 3rd game in a row against Missoula and 4th in their last 5 games played against the Paddleheads. 1-1 the count to Riley Jepson. Deeb away from second. The ball and a strike the count. Bear is set at the belt. Here it comes, 1-1. Swing and a miss at a pitch in the dirt. A ball and 2 strikes the count. Jepson evidently thinking about a fastball on that pitch. Got the breaking ball, was fooled. Now in a 2-strike count with 1 out. Bear would love to pick up another strikeout. Try to take some of the tension off this inning. A ball and 2 strikes. Bear throws. Not close. Missing low and away. Evens up the count at 2. Fans still hanging around here at the yard. This weekend, after all, you can catch up on your Z's for your Saturday morning. We roll closer to that midnight hour. The 2-2 pitch is past Perez again, right between his legs, and Deeb advances to third. Now a full count to Jepson. I put that one on Perez. If it's me scoring, I call that a pass ball. Mention it went right between his legs. hockey terms, you 5-hold them. 3-ball, 2-strike count. A few months away from hockey season, you can catch Grizz Hockey right here on ESPN Radio with yours truly next season. Shameless plug there. Infield now comes in with the runner on at third and less than 2 outs. The payoff. In the dirt, ball 4 to Jepson. Went after that breaking ball once. Nat AEB swinging over the top of one. The 3-2, though, wises up and puts runners on at the corners. Colin Rungey will now jump into the box with 1 out. Voyagers scored in 3 of the last 4 innings, and they lead by a pair. Looking for more with Deeb on at third base, as Rungey has a pair of hits himself as the DH in the box. 2 for 4 coming into this at-bat. First pitch, this one off the end of the bat, foul. First base side, strike 1. There is some action going in the Voyager pen down the right field line. Can't quite tell who it is. Saw Quincy Jones throw 1 solid inning last time. May see it be just a 1-inning stint for Jones. The 0-1 is almost to the backstop, gloved by Perez. 2 balls and a strike now, the count to Colin Rungey. Just every inning, just seems like Paddleheads pitchers have been laboring in this one. The 1-1, strike 2 at the knees on the outer half. A ball and 2 strikes the count. Oftentimes, Missoula has been able to stay out of big innings. It's just been chipping away by this Voyager offense. Constantly having guys on base. The 1-2 pitch is fouled off to the right. We've seen leadoff base runners constantly on in 6 of 8 innings so far, including this one here, the 8th. 1-2 on the way. Breaking ball, grounded left side, through the left side. This is going to bring in Michael Deeb. Another hit for Rungey, his first RBI. 3-hit night, and it's now a 9-6 lead. As Eddie McCabe will now come into the box. Eddie McCabe has an RBI himself. The Voyagers have tacked on 2 now in this inning. They've got more runners on at first and second. McCabe, 2 hits himself, 2 for 3. First pitch from Bayer is in the dirt, blocked by Perez. Runners do not advance, stay put at first and second. 5 batters in the Voyager order have multi-hit games going. Led by Michael Deeb, who has 4. Riley Jepson with 2. Rungey with 3. McCabe in the box with 2. Atwood also with 2. 1-0 pitch is fouled away to the right to even up the count. A ball and 1 strike. Whatever Tommy Thompson has in terms of a scouting report against Paddlehead pitching, he's got him dialed. Kind of saw it towards the end of last season. Missoula struggled against Great Falls at times against this offense. The 1-1 pitch in the dirt. A lot of familiar names from a season ago as well. And they've rolled that momentum that they started to build at the end of last season into this year. This offense is tough to handle. And frankly, the Paddleheads have not handled it the last 3 nights. 2-1 the count to McCabe. The pitch from Bear is low for ball 3. 3 ball, 1 strike count. We've seen it the last 2 innings. Swain able to escape with just the 1 run allowed the last frame. But both Swain and Bear have both struggled with control. And when you're facing an offense that already has 15 hits, can't afford to constantly work from behind. The 3-1 is not even close. That's ball 4. That'll load up the bases. Voyagers setting themselves up here with 1 out in the 8th inning, already 2 runs in. They can go for the knockout blow in this half frame if they can put a big inning together. That's going to send Derek Colbush into the box. Colbush entered the game as a pinch hitter. He came up big. His first swing, a 2-run single. Back in the 5th inning. First pitch is high for ball 1. Fastball way up high. Action starts in the Paddleheads pen. But if Bear can't figure it out on the mound, it might be too little too late. Pitch on the way is swung on and missed. Pitch on the outside evens up the count to Colbush. Nathan Alexander, who we saw on the mound last night, just got up in the Paddleheads pen. 1-1 to Colbush. Pitch on the way is a breaker that gets away slightly from Perez, but not far enough away to allow the runner to advance. 2-1 the count to Colbush with 1 out in the inning. Bases are loaded. 2 runs are already in for the Voyagers. And they lead by 3, 9-6. 2-1 pitch is high for ball 3. Bear in danger of walking a run in with the bases loaded. Rungey, the runner at third, at second, Jepson at third. Pitch on the way, 3-1 as a high hopper foul, third base side. Jepson at third, Rungey at second, and McCabe is on at first. Count runs full to Colbush. With Bear out there desperately needing an out with the bases loaded, trying to keep this one from getting away in the last couple of innings. The 3-2 is grounded. First base, Newman will go to second for 1. Pulls Watley off the bag. That's going to make everybody safe. A throw back to third gets away. That's going to allow Rungey to score. So a run had already come in to score from third. Newman throws low. Newman throws low back to second. That kind of started the fiasco on that play. Then a throw goes over to third from Watley, trying to get the runner there. That throw gets away. That leads to a second run coming in. So now 4 runs have scored in the inning, and here comes Michael Schlack out of the dugout. 4 runs in for Great Falls. They now lead by 5. 11-6 now the score. Everything going wrong in the 8th inning for Missoula as Bear departs. Will be Alexander coming on, trying to get the last out here in the top of the 8th inning. This Great Falls team is a confident bunch. They just keep on coming at Missoula. And frankly, they have asserted themselves as a team to be reckoned with here on the road. Taking 2 out of 3 on their home field, kind of get everybody's attention. Now they've really established themselves over their last 3 games, looking to win their 3rd in a row, putting themselves in great position to come out of here at the worst with a series win. But Alexander will come out trying to quiet things down, get the last out. He will face Adam Oviedo, who is one of few guys in this order that hasn't done a ton swinging the bat. Malik and Oviedo are the only two batters in the order that haven't recorded hits tonight. And there are 5 batters in the order that have multi-hit games going. But still a lot of fun here at the ballpark to be had the next 2 nights. Or I should say day and night. Tomorrow night, Star Wars night, taking center stage. The ballpark will be broken up to the light side and the dark side. These interactive games will be played throughout the contest with Star Wars theme. The players will wear Star Wars theme jerseys as well. So come on out, 7:05 first pitch. Get your tickets, go paddleheads.com. And on Sunday, a matinee affair at 2:05 first pitch. Every Sunday, kids get into the ballpark for free, so it's a good opportunity for a little family affair. So that's what we got going the next 2 nights. Did it again, day and night. Saturday night tomorrow, then a day game on Sunday. There we go. Here's Adam Oviedo as we roll on. First pitch from Alexander, misses upstairs. Ball, no strike, the count. That's been the biggest issue from the bullpen from both Swain and Baird. Now Alexander in the fray with lack of control. 1-0 pitch to Oviedo is lifted straightaway right field, drifting back, looking up at the wall. This ball is off the top of the wall. This will bring in 2 more, as going into second base is Oviedo with a double. And there's the crooked number. Great Falls now with 5 runs on the board in this half inning, and they lead by 6. 12-6, now the score here in the top half of the 8th. As Jake Malik will now jump into the box. That ball somehow did not clear the wall in right. But now Oviedo has got himself his first hit. Jake Malik now in the box, hitless, chance to change that. 16 hits now for Great Falls. The offense just keeps on rolling for the Voyagers. Eight hits for the Paddleheads, including 3 home runs. So a good amount of production. Sammy B trying to keep things light, singing Let It Go right in front of me. Well, I guess you got to try to crack a smile at something. First pitch to Jake Malik is knee-high strike on the outside part of the plate, 0-1 with 2 outs. This is an interesting juncture for this Paddlehead team. What in the heck are they going to try to do the next 2 days to try to tame this Voyager offense? It is back to the drawing board. 0-1 pitch is taken low and in. That's going to get by Perez as Oviedo moves up to third. Count even as Alexander tries to get the last out. More 2-out thunder in this half inning from Great Falls. Been the story of the last 3 days. The big inning as well. The 3rd consecutive night that the Voyagers have had a rally of 5 runs or more, with 5 coming here in the top of the 8th. And in each 4 or 5 games looking at it, Voyagers have also had, in 4 or 5, a rally of 5 or more. Pitch got the call, 1-1 on the outside part of the plate. Really is remarkable when you think about the amount of production in that period of time. Consistently be able to put crooked numbers up like that, it is absurd. The 1-2 is almost, yes, it is past Perez. Has enough time to throw to first, goes off the back of Oviedo, who slides in safely. So a wild pitch brings in another. It's now 13-6. Sounds more like a score you'd see across the river over at Washington Grizzly Stadium. Not here at playing baseball. 13-6 now, the advantage. Now 6 runs in for Great Falls with the bases empty now. 2-2 to Jake Malik, who calls time in the box. Jake Malik mentioned the only guy in the order for the Voyagers not recorded a hit. He's 0 for 3, a couple of Ks. 0-2. What's up, Paxton? Waving to me, pitch on the way, swing, and a foul at the plate. Popped out of the glove of Perez. Thought initially that was going to be a foul tip into the glove and strike 3 to mercifully end this inning, but no. Of course not. 2-ball, 2-strike count to Malik. Atwood would hit next if this inning rolls even further. The 2-2 pitch is below the knees for ball 3. Paddleheads can't buy a strike. 3-2 with 2 outs. Alexander looks in at Perez. Shakes off one. Got what he likes. Rocks from the first base side. Delivers. Foul off by Malik. Isn't it fitting? Even at this point, with the damage being done here in the top of the 8th, Malik is up there battling, hacking away. Not even making this at bat easy. 3-2. Alexander throws. This one, strike 3 called at the knees. And mercifully, this inning is over. But the Voyagers land a crushing blow here in the top of the 8th. A 6-run rally, and the Voyagers are in control, looking to win their 3rd consecutive. Back after this.
When you wake up and still feel tired and sore because you didn't get the rest you need, that's junk sleep. With Memorial Day savings, Mattress Firm can solve your junk sleep problems. Save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic adjustable sets. A savings of $300 off Tempur-Pedic Pro Breeze. Save up to $800 on Stearns and Foster adjustable sets. Plus, get a 1-year in-home sleep trial with a mattress protector purchase. Say goodbye to junk sleep during the Memorial Day sale at Mattress Firm.
Mattress Firm, where it's easy to get a great night's sleep.
Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer Equipment is a local, family-owned business and proud sponsor of Missoula Paddleheads baseball. Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer carries a wide variety of truck and trailer accessories, gooseneck and dump equipment. Anytime you want to maximize your flatbed, have hauling needs, require specialized fabrication, or need trailer repair, get the job done right. For professional advice, go to the experts at Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer Equipment, 5680 Expressway in Missoula, or check out their inventory at www.rmtte.com.
The great outdoors is meant to be explored. Road tripping to the mountains, finding the perfect trail, enjoying that breeze with the windows down. Summer equals truck season. Make sure you're able to find your next lifted adventure with the rig from Northwest Motorsport. With a huge selection of over 1,400 vehicles to choose from, your next adventure is waiting right around the corner at nwmsrocks.com. That's Northwest Motorsport. Trucks, and more trucks.
You're listening to Paddlehead Baseball, ESPN Missoula.
Coming back here in the bottom of the 8th inning, Great Falls, another late inning barrage, taking control of this one. The score is now 13-6 as we enter the bottom half of the 8th inning. Pitching change for Tommy Thompson. Brad Demko, a left-hander, has come out to pitch the bottom half of the 8th. You'll face the left-handed batting Ray Jones to start things off. Jones 0 for 3 in his Paddlehead debut. Give him something positive look back on. Hit the ball hard in one of his at-bats. Took one to the wall in right center field. Was tracked down at the wall by Colbush. That was in his last at-bat. Missoula offense was up to the task the first 6 innings, sticking with that Voyager offense. Coming down the stretch, last two innings after the sixth, the seventh, and then the eighth, offense just was too much. Just was overwhelming all night. His first pitch from Demko is a called strike on the outside to Jones. This game will take us past the midnight hour, local time. Pretty safe to say at this point, as we're playing here in the bottom of the eighth inning, just a couple minutes from midnight. The 0-1 on the way from Demko is a called strike. Returner from a season ago for the Voyagers. Just the one inning for Quincy Jones on the mound. So there's still a very good chance you'll see him as a starting pitcher later on in this series, just throwing the one inning. Count quickly, 0-2 to Jones. Pitch from Demko is down low for ball one. For Demko, this is his fourth appearance overall out of the bullpen. Hasn't gone the way he's wanted it. 3 1/3 innings pitched. He's given up 4 runs, including a 4 runs. All 4 of those runs as Demko sees Jones swing and miss through a pitch on the outer half. As going down on strikes is Ray Jones for the first out. But Demko is out there. He pitched an inning, gave up 3 hits, 4 runs. That was in game 2 of this series. Also appeared back on May 30th. That was the series finale in Great Falls last Sunday. Just a third of an inning. Actually was credited for the save in that outing. As Henderson Perez steps in and he takes a strike on a fastball on the inside. Henderson Perez, a pretty quiet night at the plate. He swings and fouls off the pitch on the outer half. The count now even, or no, it's 0-2, rather. Perez has reached once in the game. He was hit by a pitch in his last AB. It was a little bit of a concerning play. Got hit around the elbow area. The 0-2 from Demko is inside apparently. Looked to be a tight slider on the inside corner. Froze Perez. Was a heck of a pitch from Demko, but didn't get the call. There's been a couple of interesting calls from behind home plate that's kind of frustrated both sides. Crabby was visually frustrated behind the plate after that one was called the ball. 1-2 to Perez. Target away now to him. Pitch from Demko is fouled off to the right. The count will stay at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Deep into the night we go on a Friday. And in 1 minute, it will be Saturday. Probably less than a minute now. The look at clock says 11:59. 1-2 pitch coming. Swing and a miss at a breaking ball. Down below the knees. Strike out for Perez. And that's the second out recorded of the inning. Solid start for Demko on the hill with 2 quick outs. That will send Henderson Perez into the box. Brandon Boning now the hitter. He's been on base a couple of times in the game. Hitless 0 for 1. Been hit by a pitch and walked in the contest. First pitch is down low for ball 1. Paddleheads have not been on the board since Keaton Greenwald tied the game at the time at 6 with a 2-run homer. 1-0 pitch on the way, swung on and missed by Boning. A big rip at a pitch off the plate away. The count is evened up at a ball and a strike. Games the last 2 nights have kind of followed a similar blueprint. Really, with the offense the last 3 nights, but Voyagers kind of running away with game 2 of this series. 1-1 on the way is taken down low, but we've seen The game tight for the first 5 or 6 innings, kind of battling, pinballing back and forth. Then the Voyagers finding a big rally in the late innings. That's exactly what's happened tonight. And really, the attack, as I mentioned, from the Voyagers all the way through, just relentless. The 2-1 pitch fouled off by Boning. Another 2-strike count. Demko looking to strike out the side. If he does, it would just kind of be a fitting way to end this frame after watching the Voyagers score 6 in the top half. The 2-2 is cut on and missed at a breaking ball down low, and Demko does strike out the side. We're headed to the 9th inning. It's all Voyagers looking to close out 3 consecutive wins. Back after this.
Hey, we've all been there. You're in the middle of something important, and then boom, power goes out. But what if it didn't? What if you skipped the candles and flashlights and just carried on with your day? With a Kohler generator, your power stays on even when the utility power goes out. So your food stays fresh, your home stays powered, and you stay happy.
Get a reliable Kohler generator at Remote Power Systems.
At Western Cider, it's all about great cider, good times, and community. As the official cider of the Paddleheads, Western Cider has a game day deal that can't be beat. Stop by the tasting room on any home game day. Show your game ticket, buy 1 cider and get 1 free. Kick back and enjoy a cheese or charcuterie plate with your cider. Then take a quick walk over the California Street Bridge to cheer on the Paddleheads. Western Cider, 501 North California Street, open 4 to 8 Monday through Thursday, and noon to 8 Friday through Sunday.
This is Missoula Paddlehead Baseball on 102.9 ESPN Radio.
We're back here on 102.9 ESPN Radio. We enter the action here in the top of the 9th inning. Sound the alarm. Maybe sound the alarm to wake you up as we're past the midnight hour here in Missoula in the top of the 9th inning. And on the pitch, position player, pitcher alert. Sound the alarm. It's Kevin Watley out there to pitch this half inning for Missoula in mop-up duty, as it is all Voyagers here in the top half of the 9th. Andy Atwood will get things started, and we'll see how Watley does. Speaking of position players pitching, kind of fitting that Atwood is batting in this inning, because Atwood was the man who finished things up for Great Falls in the last half, or the last game, rather, on the mound. Came in, pitched the 9th inning in a 5-run game. And who knows? Maybe we'll see Tommy Thompson do that as well. With Watley coming into pitch, there's some defensive changes to let you know about. Nick Gatewood, the DH, is on to play first base. Jason Newman shifts from first to third. Cam Thompson moves from third to second. And Boning is now the shortstop. So kind of shifting all over the place. So the new infield sees Boning at short, Newman at third. First pitch from Watley is outside, 1-0 the count. Thompson now at second with Gatewood at first. Catcher is still Perez. Atwood, multi-hit game, 2 for 5, the 1-0. Is hit sharply, but right to Thompson on one hop. He throws on to first in time for the first out of the 9th. Lead is 7 as it begins with Great Falls leading 13-6. But Atwood will most likely end the night 2 for 6 as Michael Deeb will come into the box. 4-hit game for Deeb. Hit it to the right place a couple of times with bloop hits. First pitch from Watley, swing and a miss. Came up big. Part of that 6-run barrage in the 8th. Had a 2-run single up the middle. 0-1 is the count to Michael Deeb. Watley works quickly, comes over the top, throws this one off speed, called strike on the outside. Nothing in 2. Isn't it interesting that all these bullpen arms that came in struggled? Watley pouring them in. The 0-2 fastball misses high. A ball and 2 strikes. Mentioned Atwood out there last night as a position player. He's through a scoreless 9th inning as well as a position player. So Watley trying to match him in this spot. The 1-2 to Michael Deeb is coming. Is in the dirt. Did it hit Deeb? Yes, it did. Pitch came inside and gets Deeb, who reaches base for the 5th time in the game. Now into the box will be Tyler Crabby. Tyler Crabby 1 for 3 in the game. The one hit did drive in some runs, RBIs. Again, to reiterate, part of that rally in the 8th. Now Michael Deeb on at first in the 9th. First pitch misses the outside, makes the count at ball and no strikes. Sure, tomorrow night will be a lot more fun. Star Wars night. Hopefully won't be dealing with the weather either. We were delayed by an hour. Part of the reason why we're still with you here. First pitch is a called strike on the inside of the plate. Evens up the count. Definitely not a first for me, sitting in a broadcast booth past the midnight hour. Not sure if I've done it with the Paddleheads, though. Thinking back to last year, one doesn't strike out to me. 1-1 pitch is fouled back. Makes the count a ball and 2 strikes. 1 out in this half inning. Voyagers late really came alive. Innings 5 through this inning now have scored 10 runs. 3 runs in the 5th, run in the 7th, 6 in the 8th. Missoula, on the other hand, has been held scoreless the last 3 innings. The 1-2 pitch is popped up behind home plate. Not playable is, whoa, right on the top of the roof in front of me here. Hello. We're okay. Don't worry, Tommy. The equipment's all right. Hopefully Tommy Evans is sleeping at this point. 1-2. Or maybe at least taking a couple of cat naps. At least it's the weekend for him. Touched on earlier, he's a big coffee guy. Maybe he went for a little Joe. Monitoring things on the radio side. 1-2 with 1 out. Watley throws up and in. 2-ball, 2-strike count to Tyler Crabby. Star Wars night tomorrow night. With a matinee affair Sunday, kids get in for free. 2-2 the count, 1 out. Runner is Deeb, not being paid attention to by Gatewood, playing off the bag. Watley just trying to take them home. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball up above the belt gets Crabby for out number 2. That will bring Riley Jepson into the box. How could you forget about him? If you're a Paddlehead fan, you probably do want to forget about Riley Jepson. 2 outs in the inning. Another multi-hit game for Riley Jepson. Been on base 3 times, is 2 for 3. 2 outs in the frame. Pitch on the way is up high. Ball and no strikes to count to Riley Jepson. We just keep on rolling along. Let's see, we got on the air at, let's think about this, around, it's been so long now, 8:15, I believe. 1-0 pitch is high for ball 2. So if that's the case, we're rolling close to 4 hours on the air. We were an hour late. So, just a long night here at the yard. Quite honestly, I said this last night, Paddleheads getting humbled. I think this is good for this team. As the 2-0 is grounded to first, handled by Gatewood. He'll take it to the bag, and Riley Jepson has been turned away. Something had to start someplace, a scoreless inning. Somebody sound the alarm, saw it was a position player pitching alert, but my goodness, we got a scoreless half frame. The Voyagers turned away. We're headed to the bottom of the ninth. Paddleheads trail by 7. 13-6 the score. Bottom of the ninth on tap. Do the Paddleheads have something for the bottom of the ninth? We'll find out.
Satisfaction is guaranteed when you choose Missoula Realty. Locally owned and operated, the team at Missoula Realty has over 100 years of combined experience. As the old saying goes, it takes a village. And in this real estate market, it takes a team. See the difference a team can make. Call Missoula Realty today. Missoula Realty has a solution for every single client, from the experienced investor to the first-time homebuyer. But hey, don't take our word for it. Read unfiltered testimonials and reviews from our past clients online at ratedagent.com. Missoula Realty, 6-549-0094.
Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer Equipment is a local, family-owned business and proud sponsor of Missoula PaddleHeads baseball. Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer carries a wide variety of truck and trailer accessories, gooseneck and dump equipment. Anytime you want to maximize your flatbed, have hauling needs, require specialized fabrication, or need trailer repair, get the job done right. For professional advice, go to the experts at Rocky Mountain Truck and Trailer Equipment, 5680 Expressway in Missoula, or check out their inventory at www.rmtte.com.
We at Automated Living must thank Western Montana for the success that we have seen. So thank you. As a company, we have grown so much that our current space is no longer going to work for us. We are building a new space in the North Reserve Pavilion that you may have seen right behind Firestone in Old Chicago, and hope to be in it soon. Automated Living is hoping to supply you with a space that will wow you with the newest and most amazing technology offered for home or office. Please stop by as soon as you see the open sign. Automated Living, life made easy.
ESPN Radio for Western Montana, KKVU HD3 Stevensville, and 102.9 FM on K275BS Missoula.
What's up? This is Sammy B, the MC for your Missoula Paddleheads. Thanks for listening to Paddleheads Baseball on ESPN Missoula 102.9 FM.
Well, the man that just threw a scoreless top half of the ninth leads off the inning. Kevin Watley to the dish in a 7-run contest. I'm a little surprised to see Demko back out there for this half inning for the Voyagers. 1-2-3 top of the order coming up in this frame. First pitch, or the 1-0 pitch is strike on the inside to Watley. 0-2 the count on Watley. One hit for Watley in this game. It came in his last at bat, a base hit to right field. The reason I say I'm surprised Demko's back out there is this one comes inside, almost hits Watley. Not sure how that missed him. Count now 2 balls and a strike to Watley. Thought maybe you'd see Tommy Thompson go to a position player or pull Demko for someone else. Maybe try to preserve that arm for the next 2 nights as the 2-1 is fouled off. Because in theory, you'd think that with him throwing this inning as well, that Demko probably is been out of commission for a day. We've touched on the struggles of, at times, the Great Falls bullpen, kind of a thin group. So I'm surprised that they're throwing him back out there for this inning. If he doesn't throw this inning, he in theory probably would be available tomorrow. For now, that's out of the question, most likely. 2-2 is somehow tipped foul by Watley. Kind of was dancing out of the box after that swing. Kind of, I think, way out in front. Watley stays alive. Watley, Sparks, and Thompson, 1-2-3. Thought maybe you'd see Jared Akins come on as a pinch hitter. Maybe not with the lefty on the mound. As the 2-2 comes in, almost hits Watley again, spins out of the way, 3-2. That's probably part of the reason why you don't see Akins hit for Sparks. Not that you would pull Sparks just to do it, but in a lot of times in situations like this, you give guy on the bench an at-bat just to get some live action. Game seemingly out of reach. At this point, 3-2 pitch is outside to Watley. He'll take the walk. And it all started with a walk. as Lamar Sparks will now jump into the box. I'll tell you one thing. I don't care what the weather forecast says for tomorrow. I've been wearing long slacks or that type of a look all week. No shot I'm coming to the ballpark in slacks tomorrow. No chance. Got to change it up. Yes, I'm a little superstitious as a baseball guy. Not terrible, but pitch to Sparks is fouled off the end of the bat. But with things going the way they have been these last couple of games against these Voyagers, a tough club, got to try to do my part and change something up. Guess the problem is then, if I rock the shorts and Paddleheads turn it around, then the shorts got to keep coming back. As Sparks, big swing and a miss at a pitch off the plate. Makes it count 2 balls and 1 strike to Lamar Sparks. Is 1 for 4. Had a big swing, seems like an eternity ago now, back in the 3rd inning. This one, a 2-run blast. At the time, tied the game at 3. 1-2 pitch from Demko is off the outside to even up the count at 2. That's how it went for the first 6, kind of similar to last night as well. Game was tight, back and forth. Neither team led by much. Both teams did have an advantage at one point. Then the Voyagers exploded. The 2-2 pitch is strike 3 on the inside part of the plate. Sparks was seemingly brushed off the plate by that pitch, but it was called a strike. Michael Schlack is livid in the dugout on the third base side. For good reason. Wow. That is a curious call from behind home plate. And for a Paddlehead team that's already frustrated by how things have been going on the field, that has to feel like a punch to the gut. First pitch to Thompson was low for ball 1. 6 runs on 8 hits for Missoula. 13 runs on 16 hits for the Voyagers. Pitch from Demko. Bounced foul, first base side. Count now even at a ball and a strike to Cam Thompson. We are now past 12:15, so I believe we're past the 4-hour mark officially. 0-1 pitch is low and outside, and that's playing time. 2-1 the count. This game was scheduled to get going at 7:15, and we were delayed for about an hour and 15 minutes due to a thunderstorm that came through. Thank goodness more weather stayed away from us. The 2-1 pitch is low for ball 3 to Thompson. 1 for 4 night for Thompson. He doubled down the left field line earlier. I guess you technically have to say yesterday Thompson doubled down the left field line. Now it's Saturday. This game started on Friday, technically. The 3-1 pitch is a called strike on the outside part of the plate. Thompson cannot believe it. And frankly, neither can I. 3-ball, 2-strike count that fooled the scoreboard as well. They had put ball 4 up. Now they got to try to get it right again. Wow. 2 batters in a row. 3-2 the count. Pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. Fastball in the inside part of the plate. And that is just how this night has gone for Missoula. Thompson out on strikes, and Missoula now down to their last out here in the bottom half of the 9th inning. Here's Jason Newman. You're going to take anything away from this one. Jason Newman continuing to swing the bat well. Couple of hits in this game, including a triple into right center field. Believe it or not, Missoula actually jumped on the board first in this game. Newman giving the Paddleheads the lead in the first inning. First pitch to Newman, hits him. Fastball low and in is Newman. That's the last thing you want to see. Newman kind of a little gimpy going towards first. Demko ticked off as well at himself, going back to the mound. Saw him kind of aggressively reach for the baseball, kind of yell some, I'm sure, very rated G adjectives into his glove. And Newman is going to slowly come off the field. We're going to see a pinch runner in this situation with 2 outs. Looks like we're going to see Jaden Hanna pinch run for Newman at first. That will send Nick Gatewood into the box with 2 outs. 7-run contest. Paddleheads down to their last out. It's 13-6. Gatewood trying to give Missoula something in here in the bottom of the ninth. There's a rocket into right field. Going back is Atwood. It's over his head into right center field. This is going to bring in a pair. As Watley scores around third, here comes Hanna. He scores. Gatewood going for 3, and he's got it. 2-run triple for Nick Gatewood. Gatewood makes the score 13-8. So the Paddleheads not going down quietly into the ninth. That's the 3rd hit for Nick Gatewood, who's 3 for 4. Was quiet so far in this series before tonight, but it's come alive here. So, going to take something positive. Couple of batters that were on some skids actually are able to start swinging it well tonight. Nick Gatewood, multi-hit game. Jason Newman as well. As Tommy Thompson, here's another Tommy talk. He comes out and talks to the umpires about something. What? I'm not sure. Keeping track of the Tommy talks with the umpires through the week. Keeping tabs at home. That was number 8 so far. Keaton Greenwald back into the box with a man on at third. Pitch on the way from Demko is below the knees. Greenwald's a big swing in the 6th. A 2-run shot to tie the game at 6. It was the 5th inning rally, rather. 3 runs scored in the frame. 1-0, pitch on the way is a called strike on the inside. And that was a big answer at the time for Missoula. After absorbing a body blow, 3 runs scored by the Voyagers in the top half of that inning. Missoula came right back with 3 of their own. So they've shown some fight in this ball game. But in the end, the offense for Great Falls has just been too much. The 1-1 is grounded slowly left side, and this one will kick foul. Kind of hanging right around the foul line. Smartly, finally, Demko went over there and tipped it. Make sure it didn't have a chance to kick back foul. I'm sure the man on deck would like to see one more chance to swing it. Ray Jones waits in the on-deck circle for Missoula. See his hitless in his paddlehead debut. Sure, he'd like to get one more chance to give himself something to think back on in a positive light. Feels cool to see Ray Jones, again, me and him kind of reuniting. We were both with the Napa Silverados, of course, him as a player, me as a guy up in the booth like I am with you guys. 1-2 pitch is fouled off by Demko, comes over the top of, by Greenwald. The pitch from Demko ended up over the top of the Great Falls dugout. A ball and 2 strikes is the count to Keaton Greenwald. Paddleheads down to their last strike and last out here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Demko sets up and throws. This one swung on and missed. A fastball up above the belt, and that will do it. Great Falls has won 3 in a row. They improve their mark to 8-2 on the season and hold a 3-1 lead in this 6-game slate. Missoula will look for answers now on Saturday and Sunday. They're going to have to find something these next two nights. His offense has been brutal. For your Saturday morning, we'll bring you back quickly to wrap this game up.
5210 Let's Move Missoula is a community initiative striving to help build healthy kids and residents of all ages, no matter where they live, work, play, or learn. 5210 even offers a monthly calendar of no-cost or low-cost family-friendly activities available to everyone across all of our community. To view the 5210 monthly activity calendar, go to 5210letsmovemissoula.org. This message is brought to you by 5210 Let's Move Missoula in partnership with United Way of Missoula County.
Calling all motivated leaders in the 406. Make an impact and become a positive role model to Montana youth. Join the team at Montana Youth Challenge Academy. Share in our mission of providing academic, professional,